Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome. I'm so happy to have you all here for this, the final episode, I'm pretty sure, of Seasons of Death Spring, The Deniable Woman, our short shot using the Night's Black Agent solo op system with the amazing, the phenomenal, the outstanding PBPlaysInside. You can't introduce yourself yet. You can't do it yet. You're just not allowed. Because I've got to get the stuff out of the way first. Hey, thank you for being here. We could not do this without you. You being here live is the best way to support the kind of shenanigans that I do on this channel and all of the players. So thank you for being here. If you would like to support us further, I was like, where's this tab? If you would like to support us further, you can certainly do so. And the best way to do that is, just by being here. And if you're on the YouTube watching us on the VOD, like, subscribe, make a comment. Also, you can retweet and reskeet the tweets and the skeets and let people know that we're here. Tell people that they should also be here too, or else there might be doom. You can give tips and bits if you like. And if you do, I will read out the tips and bits message at the end. And tips and bits goes to pay for my players. And any other sort of commissioned work. And you can also join our Patreon. We have a Patreon over at academicfoxhole.com, Academic Foxhole, and it's $3, and it just goes to help pay for the cast. There's also a special $200 tier. There are only 4 available, and $200 will pay for 4 players for 1 week in 1 show. And if you are one of our sponsors, you will get a special radio ad at the break once a month, and a special shout out and a special spot in our credits, and all of my deepest appreciation. It was made, for I don't know, big corporations. I guess if some big massive corporation wanted to give me $200, that'd be cool. But they don't, which is fine because I don't know if I like them. Anyhow, we do have one sponsor, and that is Will and TW, who is not a big corporation, but just like a great community member who lives in France and has been around for a long time and takes notes, helping me remember things that I do not remember. So, that I believe is all of our. We have a merch store. You can go get merch stuff. Now that Seasons of Death is becoming a thing, there will probably be Seasons of Death merch for later, at a later moment, but I'm pondering it. That said, I believe it is now time to introduce the most amazing, the best tradecraft, the master of disguise, the I want to say the Thriller from Manila, but that's boxing. I want to give you a big boxing intro, and I'm like, I need off the top rhymes. The spy, the spy to die for, the agent with Bagent, the that doesn't even make any sense. The Spy from on High, the more rhymes. PB Plays Inside.
Hello, it's me. I am PB.
Your guide, PB Plays Inside. The Bee's Knees, PB.
And tonight I'm playing Loki. In tonight's game of Agents Night's Black. I am PB from PBPlaysInside, where you can find me anywhere really. It's all PB Plays Inside. And today, it's gonna be a good one. I'm so excited for you guys to watch this one. I'm so excited as we enter, oh my gosh, just the emotional climax and the just actual action climax of this game. I'm very excited to find out what Trooper has prepared for both of us being me and you, the audience. And I am so excited to see what's gonna happen, starting off with me sneaking in behind Olga to figure out where's Rachel. And that's what we're doing today.
Well, I think we can end the stream. You just won, so I feel like that's all we needed to do. I think we're done here. Thank you very much. Oh, so I'm going to say a little bit of sort of meta things first, and then less meta things. But what I wanted to say is that wrong screen. Here, great. So our agent right now, PB, has been gathering lots and lots of. I have never seen someone with so many edges sitting out there, right there on the table. Very exciting indeed. Now, some of these are, clues. They're just there. One edge mastery left. Some really exciting things here. I will note that that problem shadow card, the Scent of Magnolia and Blood, I am going to make a brand new card type called Probledge or Edgelum. I'll make it so that it's like, I'm gonna split it so you got half and half, because basically it's a little bit of a problem, but also a little bit of an edge. I'm going to tell you what it is, and it is that you, for reasons that are perhaps unclear to you, are able to smell, right? Able to sort of get a whiff of, let's just call them a particular set of vampires. You are familiar with them, and you can kind of smell, and not just vampires. It's a little unclear, but there's like you've got a scent that you can smell, and which I suppose in some ways is an edge, I guess. So that's a positive thing. They can, however, also smell you, which then is a bit of a problem. So there's a little bit of a connection, as it were. So I want you to know that that Scent of Magnolia and Blood is about your ability to sniff out at least some vampire-related beings, sort of. You don't know how it all works completely, but you've got a scent. You've got a scent. So it currently says problem, because it's a bit of a two-way street, but right, I'm going to just note that for you. That's our one mechanical thing to note. I'm going to rewrite that and make it pretty for you. And I'm going to make a new, make a new card type so that you can have it. But it's a bit of a, again, you can smell Lady Ascati and that top knot guy who has been, who knows how long that person has been in your life. And then you also got a slight whiff of that very lightly on Olga Agrapova and also on yourself. So I'm just noting that it says it's a problem, but think of it as an opportunity.
That's exciting.
Yeah. Sure. Also, I need to note that I have given our agent 2 new edge cards. These edge cards are for things that our agent did previously, but our agent does not know what these edge cards are. They can find out soon, but not just yet. Our agent has 1 push left at the moment and may have the opportunity to get more. And so, when last we left our agent was on the trail. Our agent had investigated numerous things. There is a mystery afoot. Her old handler, Harry Coleman, has gone missing. MI6 agent. Before he went missing, he called in a terrified or drunken state, unclear, saying that Loki was right about everything. He has something very important to tell her about her mother. But he did not leave a way to contact him. and then he went missing. He was Loki was approached by a man named Jimmy Linklater, who is an Oxford grad, lower upper class guy, like rich but not as rich as all the other people, who is MI6 and is at the embassy, the British embassy in Moscow, which is a thing that often happens, but it's a very much a uh, he's undercover, of course, and he's the embassy guy in Moscow for MI6, who hired our agent who's on medical leave from MI6 to go and try to find him. She's on leave, so if she gets caught, no big deal. But as it turns out, she begins to find that perhaps he doesn't want her to succeed in this mission, that he would rather Harry Coleman just maybe not ever show up again. Now, what our agent has uncovered, which is not known, is that it seems as if Jimmy Linklater put one of his college chums in Cathedral Dome, the cutout organization investment firm that was used by MI6 to pay informants and launder money, move money around. And this guy, Hestridge, good old Michael Hestridge, is another one of these guys, who wants, but he's not a spy. He just likes money. And they seem to have a bit of a plot afoot. And it looks like that plot might involve making Cathedral Dome, which is a fake investment firm, into a very profitable one for them to have lots and lots of money, it seems, as if that's probably what's going on. Well, nonetheless, as our agent does her research, she has she found out that there's a drug, like a blood thinner, blood substitute that, I suppose I should say this. What she knows is that there is a couple of people that were connected to Harry Coleman in his sort of investment firm, Cathedral Dome. One of which was this guy named Ignatiev, who is he's like a timber magnate, like he's one of these big rich Russian oligarchs whose family historically has sold timber. But recently, in the last decade or so, has been producing this blood thinning perfluodecolin, this drug, and he's based in this sort of small place right outside of Komarov, right outside of Moscow. And he dropped a huge amount of money into the accounts of Cathedral Dome under Harry Coleman's name, but as it turns out, Harry Coleman was already missing, and that was Michael Hestridge who said, well, just put it under Harry's name. So, sketchiness. We also have the other person that Harry was meeting with was Morozov, a scientist, a specialist in blood, who our agent's pretty certain from the records was probably working on a secret government project sometime in the past, but then something bad happened, and his wife died, and he no longer works there. He works at a 2-bit university, and he just got fired from it. Our agent went to his house, discovered a very cool young man who is a DJ and wants to be a reality TV star, and our agent has not yet listened to his hot beats, which is his sick beats. Very sad, very sad. But she found that he did not have a lot of incriminating evidence in his place. Some stuff was burned, but he did have photographs of him at a place, a lake, a forest with a number of figures, including her parents, who are named Roskova, who seem to be a scientist and some kind of security guard of some sort. And they had a baby in the photograph who is not our agent Loki, but most likely an FSB agent, right? One of these sort of KGB type agents who is Loki's opposite. So, who, by the way, Loki did meet. And both of them were a bit weirded out to see that they look an awful lot alike. What's that about? Probably that they're related, but they did not realize they were related to each other. That didn't seem to be like a possible situation, so awkward. And the FSB agent, who clearly is being a little bit cagey and shady about some things, but not about others, there's some mysteriousness there. Uh, says like, hey, I did not kill your guy, but your guy did not have as many friends as maybe you might be thinking, and I did take him somewhere. And if you really want to go there, I can take you there, but you should not want to go there. And also, you should stop looking into this, because if you become a problem, then I'm going to have to take you there. And maybe you don't want that. It was not really a threat. It was more like a letting you know, I take care of problems. You should not become a problem, because then if you're a problem, I'm going to take you to the place. And also, I can take you to the place if you really want to go to the place, but you don't want to go to the place. Um, oh, I suppose I did miss that our agent did notice a strange thing over in Morozov's house. It was let's just call it a zombie, I guess, that tried, well, that seemed to be all of a sudden speaking with somebody else's voice, some kind of strange person who's like, hey, why don't you come and visit me? Your mother will be here. I know, like, I want to talk to you. And maybe also, you know, have a chat, have a snack, hang out, just cool, be chill. But that's how the conversation went. Our agent murdered that being with great violence in the best possible way by taking the trap door to the attic and just smashing it on the zombie multiple times. So good. We learned from this person that he is called Koschei. We don't know what that means, but that's what we've got. And our agent stocked up on a bunch of stuff, all the things they can know from like TV shows and movies and books about vampires, and went to go follow up one final lead before they go to meet Nina Roskova, and that is the woman that Harry Coleman was supposedly having an affair with, Olga Agrapova. Pale, thin woman, folklorist, who had been to London before studying, apparently doesn't live in the best neighborhood, apparently was having an affair with Harry, and some a biker gang from around this area where Ignatiev has his plant and stuff have been kind of looking for her to see if they can find her. And our agent, tonight, has gone to her apartment to do a stakeout to see what she can learn. And what she has seen is that this woman, Olga Agrapova, started taking off and head back to the old neighborhood. She was looking for something, going back to the safe house, which is in this apartment block, multiple stories, multiple floors. But there is somebody on an apartment that she's looking at in the third floor. She saw the curtain move and twitch, and she headed in. She did this before, but she had no luck. But it seems that this time she's more determined. And as Olga Agrapova heads up into the apartment complex that our agent knows is a safe house, an MI6 safe house, we will open the curtains there, although I will note that there has been some weird, a murder of crows flinging themselves to death into a place where our agent was sleeping. a weird rat following our agent, watching our agent. There's just been a couple of strange things. Oh, and also her therapist is dead. So, but has been dead for a while. So it's not like it's not recent. It's not a recent traumatic event. It's more of like an older traumatic event. That said, let us bring back the curtains as our agent Loki watches Olga Agrapova, the perhaps mistress of Harry Coleman, go into this apartment building that is that holds a safe house. What would you like to do?
Having already followed Olga to the same exact place, essentially, on the previous night, knowing the pattern of her kind of erratic looking around in an attempt to, I guess, see if anyone's following her. To great avail, obviously, but
she didn't notice you following her. I'm just gonna note that one, but go on. Yes.
I do know. I feel like I've seen her pattern enough to be able to get into a blind spot, so that as she walks into the safe house, before the door closes, I'm able to put my hand in and stop it from closing, before slipping in behind Olga. If she is as unobservant as she has been the entire time, she was trying to be very observant as we were outside, I suspect she will not notice me sneaking in and the door not closing at exactly the time she expected, or one would notice.
She's very observant, okay? So she's just super observant. She does not notice that about the door. Maybe she's like 10% less observant than I'm saying, or 8% less observant than I'm saying right now, because perhaps I'm just trying not to make her feel bad about her observation skills. But she's not here, so who cares? But I will also note that you can tell she's actually she's got that paranoia, so she's looking around, but you can tell she's distracted, and she also seems distressed, I guess is the best way to put it. Like something's wrong, but she's been seeming that way for a while, right? She's got some kind of anxiousness about her, and you can see her. Something's different this time than last time. Last time she went here, she seemed like she was excited, right, to go there. And then she wasn't there very inside the building very long, and she was out, and she was sort of like a little bit confused, a little like, well, that was weird, right? But now she's here with a bit more of a determination, like she's a woman on a mission, a woman with a plan. And as she sort of trudges up the steps, she's going up the stairwell with heavy footfalls, with determination, with strength of will. She is not going to be told no. That's that vibe you're getting from her, right? That kind of like, at least she's steeling herself for something, and she is going up this stairwell because the elevator is out. Sorry, that's how that
happens.
And now I don't know how you're going to follow after her, but she's basically charging up the stairwell, and you know that she's going to be heading up to the 3rd floor. And this is, by the way, I want you to think about this being big concrete apartment blocks with all the doors looking the same. It's pretty grim, actually, very gray. The stairwell itself is like kind of like a center stairwell, but there's no wood or banisters. It's just very sort of concrete, very institutional. Do you know what I mean? Like it's very like kind of like an institutional vibe. You can see if you look down one of the hallways that there's like a plant that somebody put on the outside of their door so it doesn't look completely terrible. Somebody might have like a little bit of a shoe foot carpet.
Oh yeah, welcome mat.
Welcome mat. Thank you. A little welcome mat, but it's pretty grim, generally speaking. This is not. This is a very nondescript place. It's a kind of place that nobody's paying too much attention. So if you are having, for example, a secret safe house, you're probably going to be okay, and no one's going to say anything or notice too much, you know. And
Yeah.
she's charging up to the third floor.
I'm following behind her. If it is one of those where it's like up,
Yes.
landing,
Yes.
up, landing, and so and
Yes.
so.
Absolutely. You know.
I am cautious for the first floor. Trying to see where her gaze is at. If it's straight ahead, if she sounds like she's determined. If it's still straight ahead, or she's still like turning her head to see if anyone's behind her. But if she's lost that caution as she goes up these stairs, I make sure to, instead of being like 2 flights behind her, I am like 1 behind her, following her footsteps. So even if my footfalls do make noise, they'd be drowned out by her own.
I don't want to talk smack about her because I know she's having a hard day. And what I'm going to say right now is going to sound really bad, but just, just don't think of it that way. She's not really paying attention now about people following her because she's inside the building, so she's safe from people following her.
Of course.
Yeah.
The floor's lava, right? The couch is going to save you.
Yeah, that's
I'm
right.
under the covers. If they can't see me, they can't see, like... I understand.
yeah, but like now that she's inside the building and the door has closed, she's ready, and she doesn't need to see if there's anyone following her, because So anyhow, that she may be wrong about some of those assumptions, but she sort of makes it up to this sort of like the third floor, and she just heads down. And she's moving fairly quickly. She heads down the hallway to the door that is the door of the safe house. And she pounds on the door, like a... And then you hear her, and she's saying in Russian, which you speak, of course, because you are a spy. She says, "I know you're in there, open up, or we'll make a scene." And then you hear a man's voice on the other end going, "I'm sorry, I'm sick. I cannot open the door. I have something contagious." And then you hear her say, "I don't care who you are. Open the door. Open the door. You cannot keep me out forever. I want to know, where is he?" And she's making quite a ruckus outside of this door. And the man on the other side, who, by the way, is not a voice that you recognize, says, "You have the wrong address. Whatever you're looking for is it's not here. So please stop making sounds. Stop making so much noise. Just go." And then she says, she's full in a state, right? And so she pounds harder.
Yeah.
And she's like, "You will let me in. Let me in. I want to see for myself." And she pounds more. And it's a lot. And you can hear the lock unlatch on this door. And then the door opens, but just like a sliver. And you can see this face poke in the gap. But there's still like the chain is still there. There's like the deadbolt was opened, but the chain is still there, keeping the door somewhat locked. And you see Morozov. You recognize him because you've seen his face on like the back of like articles. Like, and you've seen what he looks like before, and you've seen him in photographs. And it's Morozov, and he looks old and tired. He doesn't actually look like he's got the pneumonia, but he looks like he hasn't slept well. He looks disheveled, a little bit rumpled. He looks stressed out, and he's got slightly wild eyes as he sort of pokes this door open. And he says to her, okay, the door is open. There's no one in here. There's no need for you to come into this apartment. I don't know who you're looking for, but whoever it is not here. It's not here at all. And Olga, in response, says, Moose and Squirrel must die. Says, well, he was here. This is the apartment, so let me in so I can tell that he's not here. You will not believe it unless you let me in. And he says, I'm not so... And you can tell he is afraid. He's frightened. He seems to have multiple fears. One is of letting anybody into the apartment. And the second is that she's making so much noise. That is like, it is a very clear to you that he's caught in between that rock and a hard place of somebody's making a scene, other people might see and start looking to see what's going on, but also I don't want to let anybody into my apartment, right? That is that clear panic, and you've seen this panic many a time. And she is got her hand on the door, and you can see that she's put her foot by the door, so he can't just shut it on her again, but she can't push it in further because he's got the little chain on. It's not that strong of a chain, to be honest, but and she is trying to look inside this apartment, but she can't because he only has it open a sliver. And then she calls out, Harry? In English, are you in there, Harry? And he has this sort of look of panic on his face when she says that. And he just says, you should go. There's nobody here by this name. Leave. And he tries to shut the door on her, but she's got her foot in the door jamb and he can't budge it. And this is just like this. Neither one of these people are particularly strong. They don't work out a lot. So there's a lot of struggling on this door between two people who are not professional secret agents, I guess is the best way to put it. And they're kind of in a bit of a deadlock here. She's not really strong enough to bust this door down, and he is not strong enough to shut the door when she's got her weight against it. And they're there struggling, and it's just, I don't know how you feel. If this were Good Society, I'd give you a monologue token, but these two people are at an impasse.
That's okay. Because I'm a professional and I'm going to
by the way, she has got your back. She's got her back to you. If you're looking down the hallway, right? Because the door opened up and you can see his face, that means she's facing him, which means she's got her back to you. He is facing towards you, right? His little head is in the door jamb, looking at her, and she's got her shoulder up against the door, and you can tell that he's trying to shut it. And that is this sort of the scene as you do what you're going to do.
I'm going to take advantage of their kind of concentration on each other to come up behind Olga in the situation, mostly because she's sort of going to be in my way here. And I am going to push the door open, get my arm in, hook the keychain ring onto the latch where the chain holds. I'm gonna slam the door back to get her foot out of the way so I can close the door. I'm gonna pull the chain off. I'm gonna smash the door open to push this poor old man out of the way. I'm gonna use my body to slam Olga into the room, letting her fall on top of this poor old man. I'm gonna walk in behind them, close the door, lock deadbolt, and put the chain back on. I'm gonna take a quick glance around the room just to make sure there's no one else in here. And as soon as I'm gonna make sure everything is clear. And as soon as I see that everything is clear, I'm going to pick up Olga, who I can't imagine weighs that much.
No,
I'm going
no.
to
By the way,
after
there's like
watching that struggle.
like there's just like a like I don't even think that she's aware. Like this was very fast. What you did was just like lightning fast, violent and quick, like in a flash, in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, boom, 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 they're down, and then you are in the room. The door's shut, the door's locked, right? And like they're on the ground, and it's a little bit too fast for them to comprehend what is happening. Do you know what I mean? Like that was a lot. And so when you go to grab her, it's not like she's not even really able to. She's still stunned, so you can just like pick her up by the scruff of her jacket and just pull her up to her feet without any resistance because it is that was too shocking, right? Like they still don't know what is happening. Before you say what else, I will just give you the lay of the land. You've that brief, like 360, like quick scan. This place is not particularly big. This is not a particularly. Looks like one main room. There is clearly a bathroom over there. This is one of these places. It's like a. It's got like a kitchenette, I suppose, right? Like a little sort of kitchenette area that is still. It's not really a full room, and it's got like a. This is also the bedroom. Like the front room is also the bedroom. It's like one room where there's a bed in the back. There's a kitchenette and a bathroom on the side. So it's like one big room. Well, it's not that big. I'm sorry. I was being too kind. It's not that big of a room. It's not that big of a room. There's like a little bit uh there's a little bit of a curtain, like a when there's like a little standing like a not a curtain, like those folding um paper walls, you know, the little folding ones you can get from like IKEA or whatnot that just makes it like a little screen. It's like a folding screen to sort of separate the bedroom from the rest of the room somehow. Um, but what you can see here is that the curtains are drawn. Um, this place has the lights off. I mean, it's the daytime, so it's not like it's dark in here, but it's a little dim. There, it's kind of a mess. There is a bunch of like grocery bags, but it looks like from what you're seeing, it looks like he probably has not left this room at all in 2 weeks, right? You've got garbage that's piling up in garbage bags that looks like food. It looks like we're looking at stuff that he doesn't have to, uh, a lot of canned food, right? It looks like he's been holed up here for quite some time, probably since, you know, the incident at his place. And it looks to you as if he has been basically just squirreled away here, hiding in this place. Not there's a, a cigarette, an ashtray just overflowing with cigarette butts, and the smell of cigarette smoke still lingers in this place. And it, uh, he also, if you can sort of, I could say you can look into his bedroom because it's also the same room and it's just a small folding screen that separates it and doesn't even separate the entire, like it's a very, it's not a long, it's not wide. So it's the illusion of privacy. His bags are still packed. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like he's
Yeah.
waiting at any moment to go. And you can see his like he's got like a duffel bag. He's got like maybe two duffel bags, like you know athletic bags, and like his briefcase, which is a leather thing. And one of the bags is sort of open, and you can see like a towel, um, some changes of clothes, but not much. It looks to you as if he packed up in a hurry or was helped to pack up in a hurry, and probably by Harry, since this is his safe house. Um, Packed up all the most valuable stuff and then got out, and has been waiting here since then. There's no space for somebody to hide except behind that screen, except the screen is not tall enough, and also you can kind of see through it. You know, it's the light. If there was somebody there, you'd see their shadow on the screen, and there's just nobody there. This is a sad. Oh, and there's like a little. The kitchenette is like mostly like a hot plate, right? Like it's with a little sort of mini fridge. It's
Yeah.
not. Yeah, yeah, it's not. And like a microwave that I think is from the '80s. It's not a lavish place, and it just kind of smells sad.
Yeah, I take that. As I pick up Olga, I am taking her jacket and twisting around her arms behind her back, to tie her hands behind her back.
She's like,
And
hey!
I will say apologies, but you were making a racket, and making a safe house not that safe. And I like plump her down onto like the couch or whatever.
The couch is sad. I just want you to know the couch is also sad. It's a large couch. You could certainly sleep on it. It has seen better days. It's 70s brown, so
Classic.
yeah.
I am and I'm going to say it would be in your best interest to stay there. And I go over to Morozov, and I pick him up by the back of his shirt. I'm assuming he's not wearing a jacket in here. Maybe his sweater. And I stand him up, and I was going to walk him to another chair, and I'm going to say, I would just suggest you don't attempt to run. I don't mean either of you harm. However, you guys were being very, very loud, and I needed to speak to both of you. So here we are in this situation, and I'll sit down in another chair. I'll turn it around and look at both of them as I sit very
right by the kitchenette, not in the kitchenette, because the kitchenette is not big enough to hold a table and chairs, but like right outside of it, in the right by the entrance. There are no doors. Is that little? It's like a card table with 2 folding chairs, is what you have. So you've got like this card table with 2 folding chairs, that you can fold up, right? This couch that's from the 70s. A little bed. The bed is not particularly. It's like a kind of like a it's kind of like a cot, right? But like it's wider than that. There's like a chest, like a wooden chest that's there that is locked, that's next to the bed. It's like a footlocker. It's like a footlocker. Like it's like a footlocker next to this sort of bed that's kind of like a bit more low to the ground, like a cot. There's like a lantern that's there. The lights are up. There's clearly like closet space, shelves, but it's very, very minimal.
I'm going to take this chair, and I'm going to turn it around, and I'm going to face both of them before I sit on it. Very like calm, cool. Let me see.
I have a question for you. Were you doing all of this in Russian?
No, in English.
Okay. Good to know. Because, it makes a difference which language you're speaking in.
It's I look over at Olga, who I'm sure is struggling with the jacket.
Yes.
And I say, I sure hope Coleman didn't train you in any capacity, because it's a bit abysmal, your observational skills, to be honest with you.
She looks a little hurt that you would say that, because she's clearly very good at observation. Thank you very much.
Frankly, it's very easy to follow you. I'm surprised that such a wanted woman has not been found yet. Really, it makes me not think very highly of some of the Russian agencies. It doesn't matter. And Morozov, I assume you speak English, an educated man such as yourself.
Yes, I do speak English. This is a language of the. Also, I also speak Spanish. And who are you? Is this? I knew they were going to come to kill me sooner or later. I guess this is where I die. And he just sort of seems so depressed and dispirited at this moment.
I promise if I wanted you dead, you'd already be dead. And I like nod over to Olga as like, same to you.
And she's finally gotten out of her jacket, and she's looking indignant, like as if she, I don't know, if she acts insulted, maybe she has some kind of control over the situation, maybe, but she's also not saying anything or making any moves to leave. It's more like the what you've got. You know what I mean? Like you've got maybe
Yeah.
a little bit of this might make you feel a little bit better in a situation that is a little bit scary. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And I say, well, before this safe house becomes not so safe, I am interested in an individual that it appears both of you have some vested interest in.
And they both look. They don't seem to trust each other. They're both a little freaked out. He's more freaked
Yeah.
out than she is because she's been very loud and that was freaking him out because he's hiding. Uh, so that was freaking him out. You can probably guess that what happens that she went there the last time you saw her when you followed her the day before, when she went there, he was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And so she left. And then she must have decided, no, actually, no, I'm going back in there to find out what's what. Uh, so he's all a little bit freaked out. Now he's a little depressed, a little fatalistic. And she is trying to gain some control of the situation without provoking you because you seem dangerous. So, and her and her ability to gain control of the situation, I mean, fake it till you make it. You know, just act like you're not freaked out. Just act like you're upset. Like, just maybe if you can be mad, then you will feel better. You've got some civilians here who seem to be in a bit of a state. Is the best I would say. And she looks stylish, but not rich. Not flashy, but kind of. She seems smart. She seems like she's got eyes that are well. They're both smart, but different, right? Like she is perceiving you, right? She's like staring at you, trying to figure you out. Like she's trying to assess the situation. Like, do I get to run? Like, what's the situation? You seem dangerous and violent, and competent, and so like you can see that she's trying to sort of read angles, seeing what can be seen or heard or thought. And he seems really tired. And I don't mean tired because he hasn't slept well in the last 2 weeks because he saw a zombie that tried to kill him. I mean, like a whole lifetime's worth of tired. Do you know what I mean?
Like his soul is tired.
Like his soul is tired. That said, he does look at you from he you seem familiar to him, you know?
Uh, I look at them both because they're both familiar to me. Just not in any significant way. And
Yeah.
I will say, well, I was hoping to speak to both of you separately. But as favor has it, here you both are. Now, I know you're concerned. It's a concerning situation, but unfortunately, someone or someone's forced my hand. And I like glance over at Olga. So neither of you would find yourselves in a particularly unpleasant situation. As Morozov, I'm assuming you are
And
not
he
in
looks
a
surprised that
safe
you know
position.
his name, right? Like all of a sudden you said his name and there's that like bit of a panic, like, oh my God.
It's like,
I know.
calm down. I'm not going to kill you. I'm not
How do
interested
you know my
in
name?
that. You're much more valuable. Introductions in a moment. It's fine. Come, just take a chill pill, would you? And I look over and I look at Olga and Olga. You also have something in common here with Morozov, and that is that Harry Coleman had an interest in both of you, and I would
Wait,
like to know why.
where is he? She says to Morozov. He should be here. Where is he? And she just points to this guy. This man must know what he is. Tell me what he is. And you can see that she is, she wants to find Harry, right? This is clearly like the forefront of her motivation. And I think that her response to being in a very stressful situation with a dangerous and violent person who knows way too much and that's very uncomfortable is to start badgering the old man. Is her sort of go-to response here.
Defense mechanism.
Yeah, that's her defense mechanism.
Badger the old man.
It's to badger the old man. And she's like, "You must know where he is. Tell me." And he's like, I don't know. I don't know. I've been waiting for him. He's don't know. And she doesn't like this answer. Also, if she badgers him, then she doesn't have to look at you, and you may not. If you don't look at them, they can't see you. If you can't see them, and then she's like, "You're a liar. I know that you know where he is. Tell her." And she just points to you in this way that now makes you two on the same side, so you won't kill her, though. I'm just telling you the psychology because it's pretty obvious. This is what you do for a living, and she's not doing it particularly well. But I mean, I don't want to be mean to her.
She's doing her best, you know?
She's doing her best. And he goes, "I don't know where he is. I don't know."
Well, see, now this is a common ground we all have. I am also looking for Coleman. In fact, it is my mission to find him. We are very interested to know where he is. I'm sure I don't have to spell out who we are.
And like, I gotta tell you, I don't mean to tell you this, but you seem very scary right now, right? They're sitting, like you've got the whole badassness, and they are all a little thrown off in a way that lets you know that you've got them. Do you know what I mean? And also having them both here allows you to play them against each other in a way that you feel good about your ability to control this situation fairly easily.
And I look at both of them, and I'm like, I apologize that our introduction has to be so sudden. I am Agent Loki.
And he looks up with like a glimmer of hope. Like maybe, like, and she seems kind of like trying to figure out what's going on. It feels to you as if, I mean, this is where he's hiding out, so he clearly has a lot more at stake going on in certain ways. And she is looking as like an observer to this situation, and she's sort of like paying close attention to everything that you're saying, while he looks up at hope, with hope at you.
I am with MI6, as we are in an MI6 safe house. I'm sure you both are aware. And I come with a mission to find Harry after he went missing about a week ago.
Please, he says to you, if you're from MI6, then you can get me out of here. I don't want to die. Please, if you could, in some way, Harry promised to bring me to England so that I can just... Can you get me out of the country, please? If I stay, I'm a dead man walking. I don't... Please. Will you bring me out? I worked with him as an informant. I'm official, with official informant for the MI6, and I have to be extracted. I have to be brought out of the country. Please, don't leave me here.
I would like to do a bullshit detector on this.
All of these things he's saying to you are absolutely true. He believes everything that he's saying. Everything he's saying to you, he believes 100% is true. You might have some questions about the officialness of his status as an informant. He clearly money was sent to him, right? Clear there is a relationship that was built between him and Harry, but Harry's missing, and you and because he's at this safe house, you doubt that Linklaith knows about him. You doubt that anybody else knows about him, especially if Harry's being very careful. He would probably not want anybody to know that this guy's an informant until he got him safe. So while he thinks that he is all official and good to go, I don't think the paperwork has gotten back to the UK yet. So he's probably, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I
I mean,
look at him and
more or less, I guess, you know.
And I say, well, if the same people who are interested in you are the ones interested in me and interested in her, unfortunately, England will not be a solution for your problem. However, I can think of a place I could send you. If you cooperate.
Of course, if I don't cooperate, I'm dead. They will kill me. I will just not be able to. And he just looks like the adrenaline is like draining out of his body now from that big shock, and you can see him sort of tiring out, and she's just watching this in fascination. Olga, like,
No. I'll look at Morozov and I'll like give him a moment to like fully take in the situation, and I'll look over at Olga and I will say, as I said, there's a vested interest here for all of us. However, I am having trouble figuring out a timeline and a motivation for Harry's actions. Now, I know who Morozov is, and I know who a few other people are. However, Miss Goropova, I am not very certain about who you are and what part you play in this.
She goes into her purse and she takes out a cigarette, because this is Europe and there's still a lot of smoking. She sort of lights her cigarette. I am no one special. I met Harry Coleman 9 months ago. We were at a bar. We struck up conversation, and I mentioned that I was a student of Russian history and folklore. I specialize in the Russo-Turkish War, and we had a moment. We exchanged numbers, but I thought there would be nothing left other than that. But then he contacted me. He wanted to talk to me about my research, but specifically into a 19th century Russian military officer named Vasily Konstantin. I don't know why Harry was interested in such a figure, but I do know that the Konstantinovs were a white Russian family that left during the war. As far as I know, he was an investment banker at the Cathedral Dome. I did not know anything about this, that he was a spy, although now that this conversation is happening, I guess it makes sense. But I had no idea before. We began, after some consultation on this Russian military officer, we began to see each other romantically. It was a wild whirlwind romance. It was his idea. And it was strange, though, for me, because he told me never to contact him at his office. He said that it could cause problems for me, and that it was better if he kept his work and the personal lives very separate. But 2 weeks ago, I went to a concert with Harry. We were seeing a small band. It was not so important, but while we were there, it was we ran into a man, a young man, sort of oily sort of fellow. We saw him when I was briefly studying in London and England, and I sort of this sort of oily men. One of his Harry's co-workers named um, Mike was his name, and I did not like this Mike. He was gross, but he was very, very interested in me. He kept buying me drinks and asking me questions about myself and my relationship with Harry. And he kept flirting with me, you know, as if he was trying to provoke Harry in some way. And after this moment, Harry was very angry. I don't think at me, but with this Mike fellow. And he said that we should not see each other for a few days before this all blew over. It was dangerous. And so he said he would call me. But he hasn't called me. It's been a week and I've not heard from him at all. So he's not answered his phone. Uh, I, so we would sometimes meet here at this place for private moments where no one would find us. And it had been a while since we had been here. I wasn't quite certain it was. I thought maybe he would be here. And there was this man here, this man. And she points her cigarette at Morozov, who kind of like flinches back. He was. Thought that maybe I could find him here because I don't know where he is.
I'd like to do a bullshit detector on that also.
Oh, really? Interesting. Well, some things are true. Some things are less true about what she had to say. So she knew he was a spy.
Mm-hmm.
She knew. She said she didn't know, but she knew. Also, there's something about her story about meeting him that is. She seems like she's being a little bit evasive around that situation. I would also say, as you're watching her and you're talking to her, and you're seeing her, and in this sort of long coat she's got that now it's now off, that is a nice coat, but it's older, a little frayed, and you're looking at her, and you're thinking to yourself, she met him at a restaurant where he was at with Ignatiev. That's what you heard from Ignatiev. Ignatiev is
Yeah.
wealthy. Wealthy. And if those two were meeting at a restaurant for dinner, that would be a very expensive restaurant. And she does not live anywhere near Cathedral Dome or that space. And it doesn't seem like that would be her kind of place. So it just strikes you as a little bit odd that they happen to run into each other at this restaurant, since it doesn't seem like the kind of place that she would normally frequent. Also, I do. You said to me once, you said that when people were talking smack about how Harry is not the kind of person to have affairs, to cheat on his wife, that's not the kind of person he is. And I told you that that was correct. That is true. The Harry you know would never do that. I mean, if he was having an affair, it was with his job rather than with anybody else. But she's not lying about them having an affair. But that does also strike you as somewhat odd. Because it just doesn't make sense. Harry's the kind of guy that helps people. Like if he sees somebody who's in trouble, he's going to help them, right? He'll go and hire, Tara Tallwood. He will, threaten her abusive boyfriend and give her a job so she'll be okay. He's that kind of person. He kind of does that little extra to help somebody. He might like give a neighbor a ticket to leave the country so they will be safe. Say that they won the lottery or that their son sent them a ticket, something like that. That kind of person would, you know, do things like that. But he's not the kind of person to have an affair. But when she says that they're having an affair, she is not lying about that. Um, there's just bits of her story that feel like she's being evasive, like she's hiding things. Um, and what is it that she's hiding is unclear. Is it that she's being evasive because she was having an affair? Um, although, from the way she describes it, she does not, she never said affair, she said relationship. Um, you're not certain that she knows that Harry was married. Um, but she also seems to be super interested in all of this that's going on. Um, there's evasiveness about her. It's not like it's like when you went through your training, right? When you went through training,
Mm-hmm.
they said if you're being interrogated, what you do is you tell things that are true, but not all the truth. Or you admit to something that may not be true that's even worse, that's so embarrassing and bad that no one will think there might be something else there. She's not done anything like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe she has, I don't know. But like again, you're thinking about the techniques you got when you were in training. If somebody says, "What were you doing in this? What were you doing here in this office?" You say, "Well, basically, I'm addicted to drugs and I need to steal money so I can get more heroin." And they'll believe that because like, who would admit to that? And they won't necessarily go further and think, "Oh, actually, you're just a spy. You're not into heroin at all. You're a spy trying to get the stuff." Right. So there's that, and there's also you admit to partial things and not other things, and you just get this sense that she's just being very evasive. She's not careful with her words like Nina Roskova is. Nina Roskova was very careful not to ever say a lie. Do you know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
your bullshit detector did not ping, but it pinged in that other way where you're like, I see. Nothing here is a lie, but I see you. Whereas with her, it's a little off. It's a little off. Like she's just being evasive. She's not telling you the whole story. She's hiding something. There is more to this. But you can tell she is quite desperate to know where Harry is. And she was having an affair with him. And she did know he was a spy. And there's just a couple things about her story that just feel a little off to you. So far, though, nothing that Morozov said to you was a lie. He is freaked out, obviously, but he's not lying to you. Or even really, is he being evasive? Not yet, right? Not at this point in time. I mean, he was being evasive earlier. You heard him lie to her at the door, and he was really not good at it. So, I mean, you're like, yeah, okay. That was like you didn't even have to ask to use the bullshit detector on that one because he was not very good at bullshitting to a bullshitter, right? Basically, is
Then, as soon as like she's finished saying her piece,
mm-hmm.
I give it a beat before I reply, and I say, "Why are the night wolves looking for you?" Oh, I'm sorry. Why are the night wolves looking for you?
And there's like a pause. You know what I mean? There's a pause. And you can see across her eyes this is a question that she does not seem to know the answer to, but she seems to have more than one theory. Do you know what I mean? Like that's like you asked her a question that was one that clearly is stresses her out that she would also like to know the answer to. And then she just says simply, I don't know. You have your bullshit detector up. She doesn't know, but she has theories. You know what I mean? And she just happens to not be sharing those theories with you because she can just tell you the truth and you will believe her that she does not know, which is true.
I will lean back and I'll look at Morosov for a moment before I look back at her, and I'll say, I mean, all the way from Kostroma. That is a long way to come for a young woman.
I am not from Kostroma. Also true. That's a true statement. But perhaps a slightly weird statement, right? As a response to that.
Yeah.
And what about him? She says, very subtly. He was
I know.
probably the last person to see Harry.
I know a lot about Dr. Morosov. I'm not too concerned. Dr. Morosov has a lot of questions he can answer for me.
And
however,
she says, well, I would like to hear the answers to these questions. If they have to do with Harry, then I feel like I should know them as well. So, spill.
They have more to do with me than they do with Harry.
Well,
I'm more interested in the affair you were having with Harry.
But if Harry's missing, this must have to do with his spy work, and this man knows something. So, she,
So
gestures
do
with a
you.
cigarette. Well, he should tell what he knows. And she
How about
gives
you
this
tell me
guy
what you know?
Morosov like a evil eyes, like trying to I don't know, will him into just spilling the beans, but you keep shutting that down so she can't get him to talk because you just you will not let her deflect onto Morozov. I see what you're doing. And she tried so hard to get Morozov to provoke him into saying something, and then you just shut that down, and she's like, still think he should. What if he killed Harry?
It's a nice jacket you have there. I wouldn't say it's very high end. A few rubles here and there. Not something exactly maybe you'd wear. To what was the restaurant you met Harry at again?
Oh, so some place it was. I don't think that's important.
I think it's very important.
Well, as a teacher, I don't make lots of money.
Where do you teach?
I teach at a small university. It's more like a college. And she names it, and it's like one of these, it's like not a particularly prestigious place. It's not a particularly fancy place. Sort of middling. Let's put it this way. She clearly is not favored with the administration, because if she were favored with the administration, she'd be at a really big, important university. But she's not in disgrace like some people.
As she says that, I'll be like, oh, it seems like you two have something in common. Although, obviously, you'll be looking for a new job here soon, Doctor.
Oh, I just wanted to get, but you have a place that I can go, some place that's not in England. Was there you said that the danger is also there, so is it a mall? Is there a mall in the MI6? Is this why I cannot go there to the England? Was it the MI6 who killed Harry? I just I can cooperate with you. I have things. I have knowledge. I know things. I can share them if you can just guarantee I can get out of the country safely.
I have my ways, Doctor, but before that, I'm very interested in the professor teaching about what was it again? The Russo-Turkish War?
And he looks relieved because you went right back to her, and then she looks thwarted, like, oh, dang it. She, you could tell that she thought that she just succeeded in getting the distraction to go to him, and then you just came right back to her, and she was like, "Mm, yes, I study the Russo-Turkish War. That's right. Uh, soldiers, how the war went. Yes, that's correct.
And
Yes.
was Mike interested in this also? Was he asking you these questions the last time you were with Harry?
Yes, he was very interested specifically in one sort of soldier there, a military officer, Vasily Konstantin. That he was very interested in knowing all that I knew about him.
And this Mike that you met in England, you said?
No, I met him here at the concert here in
Oh, this
in
Mike,
Moscow.
yes. Mike,
Yes.
what did he look like?
Mm. And she describes Mike Hestridge like to the T. There's
Mm-hmm.
also something she's being evasive about Mike too. There's something about that she is. I gotta tell you, just between you and me, she is. She doesn't seem like a murderer or anything like that, but she's she's holding secrets, and you can't necessarily tell if the secrets are out of personal embarrassment or because Harry told her not to say anything to anybody, but she is definitely there's something of she's being evasive about Mike in a way that like when you start asking her to describe him, there's something there as well that you're like, there's a real kind of a dislike of him that seems out of proportion for what she's described, which is like she met him at the concert and he was kind of flirting with her in order to upset Harry. That feels like there's maybe more to it than that. She is being very evasive, is what I'm going to say.
So this Mike, that you were with, you met him here, and when you were studying in England, you said you were studying in England.
Yes, I was studying in England, but I did not meet him in England. I met him here. It was the first time that I saw him. And then she stopped. She was, it was the only time that I saw him. It was at this concert, and it was terrible.
Yes, he's not a very pleasant person now, is he?
No. Harry just always wanted to keep everything. You know, he was very private, Harry. We
Well,
would.
I mean, an affair, that is something a bit scandalous, don't you think?
Well, a relationship is not an affair. He's just very private. He doesn't like to
An
mix business
affair?
with pleasure. No,
Harry is married. He has children.
excuse me?
Yes. I've
Did
met
not
her.
tell me
She's a
this.
lovely woman. Yes, they've been married for a while now. Upwards of a decade, I think. I was at the wedding.
By the way, I'm going to give you something right now.
Oh?
I'm giving you a push token, but this token you can only use on Olga. It's an interpersonal push token that you can use uh, because you've thrown her off balance because she did not know about him being married. And she seems to be somewhat disturbed by not knowing. And you've thrown her off balance. So that push right there, you can use uh, when you, as an interpersonal push to, when you need to get some information out of her, you can use that push for free on her.
Mm-hmm.
I was not told that he was
I
married.
mean, you said you talked a lot with Harry. I'm surprised it never came up.
No, I just thought it was because he was private about his job. At the very beginning, we'd meet at his apartment, talk about my work. But then he became very nervous and he made this new policy for our relationship that we would meet at bars instead, but never the same one twice, always a different bar. He said that he was worried about gossips tattletales. But,
I mean, you were
well,
smart, Olga. A doctor, nonetheless. You had to have known something was odd with Harry. All the
well,
secrecy.
now that you explain it's because he's a spy, then obviously that's what it was. That must have been it the entire time. I did not realize, but
But
now that you say this, it
is it
makes so much
it?
sense.
Would that be the only reason?
Well, I imagine that's the only reason why he was being so evasive.
Not that he had his wife. That he didn't want this information to get back to her.
Well, perhaps that was also it.
Maybe what you two talked about could get out. A very specific study. What was it? The folklore of Russia?
The
Turkey?
Russian-Turkish war, I look at the military war, folklore around it. Yes.
Folklore around it. Right. And
Mythology.
mythology. Interesting. Anything in particular?
No. That was your bullshit detector, just,
Yeah.
Also, you pinged that moment when she said that was the first time that I met Mike, and then she changed it to that was the only time that I met Mike. And you're like,
Mm-hmm.
She said seen him. You're like, no, she's seen him more than once. She's being weirdly evasive about her work in that everything she's saying about it is true, but there's clearly a little bit of extra context, or she's leaving things out.
Yeah.
And you're getting a bit of a sense of nervousness, perhaps? Or like there's something that's building. When you said that he was married and she said that she wasn't told that, you can tell that this has really thrown her off. And she seems to be upset, actually, by this. But it's unclear who she's upset at.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, presumably Harry for lying to her, but there's a weird vibe about it,
And I look over at Morosov and I'll say, I mean, who doesn't have secrets, right?
Oh. And then he all of a sudden, he looks like, oh, wait, is she coming for me now? And like, now he's looking nervous again, right? Because he's like, oh no, I thought that I was safe, right? And he's like,
Yeah.
well, yes, but I imagine her secrets are probably, oh. And he
Don't
just
sell
sort of
yourself
deflates
short.
because he's like, you could just see in his mind, like, my secrets are like Russian military secrets. Of course, mine are bigger than hers. And like, you could just tell he's like, oh no, I'm not gonna be able to get out. Like, it's like, he was gonna try to do the deflection thing, but he was just like, no, my secrets are big. And
It's like, and I'll look back at Olga and I'm like, see, everyone has secrets. At work, little or small. I mean, a folklorist like yourself. Studying, I mean, Russia is full of very rich folklore. Is it not?
yes, I suppose that is so, but I don't do. And she just stops. And you could tell that there was like, what word do I use here? Like she was going to say a word. She stops. She thinks about it. She's like, ghost stories or anything like that. I'm working
Oh,
with
of
other
course
sorts
not.
of things.
With other sorts of things, I mean, not ghost stories. What else is there in Russian folklore? I know things
Well-
about English folklore, of course, but
Russians have much folklore, like the Baba Yaga, for example. There are all sorts of folklore, but I mostly am interested in military history.
interesting. Military history and folklore, not two things I would think work together.
She is clear trying to figure out how to answer that question without telling you her secret. And you're like, oh, this is a point. Like you can tell this is one of her this is a point where like there's a lot of like mild evasiveness, but this feels like a bigger evasion that she you kind of caught her in a bit of a trap, right? And she's trying to figure out how to deflect off of this point in a way that seems more serious than the thing with Mike Hestridge, right? She's seen him more than once, and she's being evasive about that, and probably whatever it is maybe it's important, but this seems to be quite important for her to not let you know about in a way that is like it's a little a light goes off, right? Like you see it. It's like she's been very comfortable with a lot of the evasion that she's doing so far. She's been evasive. She's been very comfortable about it. Like, there's probably good juice in all the other stuff that she's been evasive about as well. But there's a comfort in her evasion. Like, she's being evasive, but she doesn't feel personally invested in the evasions, if that makes any sense. Like, there's some in there, right? But like, but this one feels like, some of the evasions felt like maybe they were Harry's secrets. This one feels like it's her secret, if that makes any sense.
As she's scrambling, yeah,
and
as she's scrambling to figure out a way to answer this, I'm going to look over at Harry and be like, I mean, you're familiar with some of the folklore also, aren't you?
Oh,
kind of the boogeyman come to life.
Oh, yes, there's a lot of folklore. We Russians are very superstitious people. We have many folkloric tales. I'm not a specialist, like... And he kind of looks at her, and you can tell he's sort of like, what do you specialize in? Like, he was listening to her whole story, and he's like, military history folklorist? Like, this woman here? What folklore about the military history, like headless soldiers or something like this? Like, but she said not ghosts, so
maybe the undead.
And she's just like, and she just gets a little huffy, just a little huffy. I thought we were here to talk about Harry being missing.
We're here to speak about many things, Mrs. Doctor oh my God,
Agrapova.
Doctor, I'm sorry, Doctor Agrapova, I'm sorry, my research did not bring up your important studies.
This seems to be like a big distraction from the fact that Harry is missing. Who knows where he is? If he's missing, could be something very terrible happening to him right now. Have to know
there
where
could
he is.
be. And yet you're sitting here being so evasive, not answering my questions, things that wasting my time while Harry could be being tortured right now. You maybe even.
Then why don't you go and find him? Why are you spending this time with me on me?
Because I need information. I need to know what I'm getting myself into when I go chasing Harry into a dark hole.
Well, then you should find out these things. Obviously.
I should. Doctor, I'm sorry. There's two of you in here. Dr.
And every time you
Morozov.
say doctor, he looks up. Like Morozov looks up every time you say doctor, and he realizes that you're talking to her, and he just like shrinks down, like don't see me. Like that's where he's at the moment. But he also, as the conversation's going on, he starts thinking that she's a little bit weird too. Like he didn't pick up on her evasiveness because especially the first beginning part was actually kind of subtle, and you picked up on it, but he didn't. But like as you're sort of like pointing things out, he's also noticing things are a little bit weird with her, and he is now like, oh, what is that? Right? He looks, yes.
Doctor, maybe Miss Dr. Agrapova, can help us both out, actually, with a little bit of a mystery. It's actually very fortunate I find you, Doctor. I was at your home earlier today and found some very interesting things there.
You were at my home.
I was.
And you now he's like, is she going to kill me? Now he's like nervous again that you might kill him.
Would you like to share with the class what I found in your attic?
He sort of looks at you for a moment, trying to figure out what that comment means, but also he may not want to know what that, like, there's like a bit of a he looks freaked out, and he says, I don't know what was in the attic.
Well, let's do this, Doctor. I'm sorry, I'm putting you off here. How about you share a secret with me, and I'll share one of mine with you here.
All right.
I went up to your attic.
She's watching, right? She's watching this right now with keen interest to see, like, where is this going? Please, you went to my attic.
I did. Right. I heard something go bump up there. I thought it could have been you. I heard there was a shot that went off in your home, and I was gravely worried.
Yes.
Then I went up there, and, you know, while the rest of your house is kind of stale, it was a little putrid up in your attic.
Well, 2 weeks ago, I was in my home, and I was listening to Prokofiev reading. I was trying to remember, looking at photographs, trying to remember things, because I had another meeting with Harry to talk about my work in the 80s. This is what he wanted to speak with me about. I had not yet told him all of the things. I told him quite a few things, but not everything, and I was still trying to remember all the details, because we were going to meet again. And I was sitting there having a glass of vodka and listening to Prokofiev in my study. And then there was a strange thump against the wall outside of my house. I thought it was that stupid boy outside who always makes the thumping of this terrible music. I don't even know what it is. It's just loud, and there's these strange sounds like a vacuum cleaner, but it's apparently music. I don't know what it is.
I look over to Olga and I'm like, it's a postmodern EDM. Think about it that way.
And she's like, like, you know, she's just like, oh, what is that? But I thought it was him, so I stood up, but then there was, my door got pushed open violently, and then there was this thing came into my home. It was so. I shot it. Harry gave me a gun, and I shot at it, and then I screamed, and then I ran. I left that place, and I called Harry. He came and he got me. He brought me here. He said that I should wait for him to check in on me in a few days. But that was more than a week ago, and I've not seen or heard anything from him. But after that moment, I started becoming quite ill. Started feeling very bad. and I luckily brought some of my and he points to the kitchen. You can see that he's got like some beakers, some like jars that look like chemicals, where he's got some things there like a microscope. I brought some of my tools with me, and I made a strong dose of phage therapy. I had some sort of a bacterial infection. I was able to cure it with the. I developed a phage to help cure this, and I have cultured more of the phages. They are. I don't know if you know this. You're British, not Russian. Yes. Phages are a bacterial eating organism that kill a particular strain of a bacterial infection, one that I have some familiarity with, although I've not seen for a very long time. And the Soviet Union, during the Cold War, we could not get the antibiotics that the Westerners had, so we had to develop other ways of fighting bacterial infections, and phages was one of those ways that we were working on this. I was also working on this, and luckily I was able to make a phage, develop phage cultures to cure myself of this infection. I'm making more at the moment. I have some still, but because phages, and you can tell he's now sort of fixating on the science, because that is way less scary than what that creature was that attacked him.
I'll let him go on for a few sentences into his explanation before I look over at Olga, and I will say, he's really leaving off the most interesting part of this story. Well, two most interesting parts, actually. Yes. One, Dr. Morozov, that bacteria is a few centuries old, was it not? Something really not seen in modern times.
Yes, that is correct. It was, and he looks around like he's like, am I supposed to say? Like, you can tell that he's not certain if he's supposed to say what like his government secrets are in front of this person. Like he was about to say it, and he was like, he's not certain if he's supposed to say or not. Like, you can tell, he looks to you like, am I supposed to continue on? Like, he doesn't say it, but he gives you that look like,
yeah.
Like,
it's all right. The specifics would be lost on me anyways. But the other interesting thing about this is that
the sample is very interesting. I think it's very interesting. By the way, I think it is at this point in time, as he's going to speak a little bit, and while he's speaking to you, you can tell he's trying to prove his worth and his value, because when you said it wasn't that interesting, it was beyond him, a little bit of a panic hit. And he's like, oh no, I do not want this agent to think that I'm not valuable. I need to give her things so that she won't take me out of this country. So he's going to tell you a couple of things. But while he is speaking, Olga is studying you a little bit more carefully at this moment. Just seeing how you move, how you act, how you behave. And she notices something about you. She notices the smell of garlic and the crucifix on the rosary beads that you have. Would you, if you don't mind, turn over the 2 edges that I gave you for 3 new edges?
All right. Our first edge is Vampire Crucifix. Back, you devil. The sign of the cross repels vampires. Discard this card for a +2 on any cool or evasion test, or to suppress your shadow by 1 for a scene. Oh. Let's see. And the other one, let me move this one over here on top of this card. Next card is Vampire Fresh Garlic. The vampire can't abide the smell of this herb. Suppress your shadow score by 2 next time you take time. Ooh, spicy.
Spicy indeed. You currently have a shadow of 2, by the way. Um,
Yes.
and
Though I can't
yes,
suppress it because of that one card I have.
but you can suppress for a scene or
Mhm.
right. These are what we call in this system or in this game we call them blocks. Your shadow is going to keep going
Ah.
up and up and up, but there are things out there you have to find out what they are that are blocks to vampires and that will help
Mhm.
you and aid you against them. And these two things,
Ah.
the garlic and the crucifix, will help you suppress your shadow, which makes it harder for them to sniff you out. And this will
Mhm.
give you that crucifix will give you a +2 bonus to any cool or evasion test if you need it. But you have to discard the card to do so. So you've got some options there. But she notices that you have these what do we call them? Anti-vampire tools on you. She notices
Yeah.
because you mentioned they were, and she notices the stake. Like you are not subtle with these things, and she just is watching you with these things, and you can tell that she's not freaked out or scared or confused. She finds this interesting, but it's probably because she's a folklorist, obviously, and she knows about folklore. And he says, "No, no, this is actually very interesting. You see, the culture, the bacteria. Um, uh, I I worked on a Russian military weapons program in the 70s, 80s. This is why Harry came to talk to me, because I worked in a biological weapons research all my life. When I was a young man, I did this biological weapons research, and he says that as if like, please think that's interesting, so that you will not leave me here, right? Like that's clearly like, it's yeah,
A
uh,
desperation.
it's a little like, I hope this is good enough. I worked at a project Koschei. I was a lab assistant at the time. I was not a great big doctor at the time. It was um uh, it was an attempt. It was a program that was meant to isolate, extract, and weaponize a psychoactive agent, like make a mind control drug. We are trying to make like your LSD programs, your MK Ultra that you did in the, well, not you, but your Yankee friends, your American friends with their LSD. But we had this special uh, agent, not like you agent, but like a chemical agent. We were given it this strange agent saying that we could maybe find ways to make a mind control out of it. You see, but this is the interesting thing. We were told, we asked where they got this strange agent, but they said you should not ask questions, but they said actually they dug it out of the permafrost. That it is from the cavemen, like the Paleolithic era. Well, actually, it's the Neolithic, but don't worry about it. Not the point. The point is, they said it was dug out of the permafrost, but that is not true. I was curious about this, if this was the case, so I did tests on this sample myself, and it's not it's not true actually. Um, no, it was I did lots of testing. There was DNA uh, involved and little samples things. The Koschei sample that we had came from uh, Transylvania. Well, it's now Romania now, but Transylvania is the region where this came from. I did testing myself, so I don't know why they lied about it being from Siberian permafrost, but it was a sample from around this, and uh, there was a did work uh, research on my side time, uh, and then he just kind of looks at Olga with a little bit of suspicion now that he's about to say it, and he's like, "Wait a minute." Because it actually was there was a doctor um, named Dr. Vordenberg. He's a 19th century doctor, but he was a bit of a an occultist, or should I say folklorist. Anyway, he was a bit of a 19th century occultist. He sort of wrote about this something as well. But we were trying to take it was sort of like blood or something, but it was something somewhat strange. I would say it was probably from like the 17th or 16th century, this sample, certainly not from the permafrost, but it is, I would place it now present day Romania, but the time Transylvania is where I would say it was from, I would say. But yes, there was uh, noticed some links to a Dr. Wardenberg. I did a little bit of research on him. He seems to have been an occultist, uh, sort of a sort of a bit of a alchemist, and also well, this is sort of embarrassing to say because it doesn't make any sense, but a, um, a monster hunter. This Dr. Wardenberg, he there was they want he to find his diary, but I don't have it. He was he thinks about it. I don't know. Perhaps he was involved in the Russo-Turkish War. And he kind of looks at her like, "What is this about?" Like now he's feeling actually, let me say, uncomfortable, um, as he's like, because he's telling you just some research that he was doing at the time, and now he doesn't like this at all. Like this thing over there with her, he's like, "No, I don't." Right? He's not feeling comfortable with that situation, is I think the best way I could put it. Because, and I will also say that he clearly also did not. He clearly did not know her and did not have any reason to put two and two together in any kind of a way. So as he's speaking about these things that he was looking at as a younger person, he is now kind of freaking out a little bit because he's like making these sort of connections right between these things, and he's not liking how it's looking because it's kind of freaking him out just a little bit low key. And also he's trying not to think about the zombie that was in his attic, that was in his house that was tried to kill him, because uh that makes him uncomfortable. But cool. Anyway, he says, yes, well, that was we were trying to make mind control drugs at the Project Koschei, but the Project Koschei had two elements to it. Two, this is good enough to get me immunity and out of the country. Yes, yes.
Yes. I will be helping you, Doctor. Do not worry. But the information you give me is very valuable in allowing me to help you even quicker.
Good. All right. Uh, so we were at the laboratory, a secret laboratory out quite far from here, northeast from here. But on a small island in the middle of a lake, by a small town. Not very important, but Kostroma was the place. Uh, yes, miles from anywhere, middle of nowhere. Huge forests, and there's a small lake in the middle of huge forests, small island, and that was where our laboratory was. I was on the mind control part of the of Project Koshi, but there was another project at the site that I was not personally on, but I did have friends there, and it was all about making artificial blood substitutes. Uh, I spoke with the researchers. There's a lovely couple, and he looks at you. My friend, she was a scientist there on the other side. My wife and I were good friends with her and her husband. Uh, you look a lot like her, um, but they said that she told me that they were working on chemical and biological ways to treat victims of chemical and biological attacks. Was based around a chemical they were getting called perfluorodecaline, trying to make a, a blood substitute for this. Yes, this makes sense. And so, but there were some problems that happened there. I guess it's. And he starts looking disturbed again, like he sort of now distracted himself. He was thinking about that weirdness with her, but now he's distracted and he's clearly going back to something that happened in the 80s. There was an accident at the laboratory. Um, it all it all went bad. It was there was in 1987 something changed. Uh, as I said, in 1987 something changed. I don't exactly know what it was, but I I noticed that they get the work on the artificial blood was they were getting all the resources around 86, 87. In my part, my half of the project Koschei was getting less and less support, and it came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, the scientists just our the head lead scientist just changed directions out of nowhere, and I could not talk to him about it. And then some of the scientists on my team started going missing, and I don't know why where they went. And I was told to shut up about it, not talk about it, because it was they were being reassigned. And then my wife, 87, was reassigned somewhere else, and I was told not to ask questions about it. But it was my wife, and she would not go anywhere without telling me because I kept asking questions. And then they told me she had died, and I could not see her body or anything. That's that's when there was an accident, late 87. The laboratory there with by Kostroma, where the project Koschei and several other bioweapons were being conducted, and I don't exactly know what happened. It was something. Some sort of something. A meltdown. There was like the containment just broke, and there was radiation everywhere. It was like a nuclear meltdown, and there was just all I know is we ran. We were evacuating the lab, and all of us, and I was trying to escape, and I was running, and I thought I heard my wife. call out to me, but she had been reassigned. She wasn't even there at Kostroma anymore. But I thought I heard her crying my name, and everyone was running to leave as I could see all the color drain from all the trees, from all the radiation. And I turned back. Everyone told me, no, don't go back. Don't go back. It's too dangerous. It's radiation. It's chemical, biological, something terrible. But I had to turn back to see if it was my wife. And I saw something there in the hot zone. The hot zone is very irradiated with all sorts of things. No one could live in that. No one could live in that. This accident was centered on the lab with the other half, the blood substitute part of Project Koschei, and I looked that direction, and I saw something moving, like a human shape. Like I saw a human shape moving in the hot zone there, but that amid the debris, it was like an explosion that happened. And the thing is, there's no living human that could survive in that hot zone at all, not even for a few moments, because it's too dangerous. And so we got out of there, and quite a few of the scientists, they got sick and they began to die. I worked really hard to come up with this phage. I was able to cure myself. Two friends of mine, the Roskovas. I asked questions. They were. She was in there with the blood substitute project. Her husband was working as security, and they told me that that I should not tell anyone that they survived the accident. They had to get out of the country. They'd seen things, terrible things, and I mean, I didn't say anything. Of course, I wouldn't betray my friends. They were trying to get their daughter, who was not with them at the lab, of course, but they couldn't get her because, well, they were presumed dead at the site, and, well, they had some contact with the British. They were secreted out, but I didn't go. I had to find out what happened to my wife. So I asked questions, and I asked questions about this figure that I saw in the hot zone, and they told me that the lab was destroyed to prevent the infection from spreading. They say there's nothing there left in Kostroma. Everything is destroyed. They flattened it like a pancake. There's nothing left. I told Coleman this. He was obsessed with Project Koschei. He wanted to know everything about it. That he wanted to know where the lab was, what was there, what I saw. But of course, I was in the mind control segment of it, and what I don't understand is that Coleman already knew about Project Koschei. He knew something about it. He had some sort of tip about it, about a mythological figure. He looks back over at Olga again. Koschei is a death bringer, but he'd heard something about this. I don't know how he heard about it, but he was obsessed. I did not want to say anything because they were always looking at me. Ever since I asked too many questions, they destroyed my life. I still don't know if my wife was there. He spoke to me, and then this woman who looks a lot like you, a FSB agent, Nina Roskova came, and she came to my in the middle of class. I was teaching. She walks in the middle of class. She pulls me out of class, and she wants to know about Coleman and my contact with him, and she wanted to know about Project Koschei, what I knew and what I heard, and everything about it. She was very, very insistent on knowing about everything I knew about Project Koschei. I told her that the place was destroyed. There's nothing left there. I told her what I knew. But after this, I told her what I knew. But Coleman came back to me like a week or two later, and he showed me aerial photographs of the laboratory site that was destroyed, except that it wasn't destroyed. The lab wasn't destroyed. They told me they told me it was destroyed to save us from the infection, but it wasn't. The photograph shows it was still there, but it was left to rot. It was abandoned, broken, rotted, except that. And you can see he's getting upset. It did not look exactly like it was abandoned. It looked like there was something still alive in there, like there was something living on that island out by Kostroma. I knew this was bad. I had to get out because that woman, the FSB agent, she and he just shakes his head, like, not gonna tell that secret. Well, then that's when I was attacked by that thing in my house. So it's it's just that they didn't destroy the lab like they said they would, and I don't think it's abandoned. It doesn't seem abandoned to me.
While he was speaking about this earlier in the conversation, when we were talking a little bit more about the creepy stuff about the happenings there, when he started mentioning things about the history of what was happening over there, the occultist, Wardenberg, all of that kind of information, especially when he said things like Kostroma. I was looking, I would glance over at Olga to see what her reaction was to some of those keywords: Transylvania, Vordenburg, Russo-Turkish War, Koschei.
It's an interesting thing that you were looking at her, glancing. I mean, keeping aid with him, of course, so that he doesn't feel like you're ignoring him. Although, when you weren't paying too much attention, he would get a little bit more desperate and tell you more things. So you get an interesting mix of things here in this place when you look at her. And the mix of things, I don't know if they make you feel better or worse. I really can't say. One, there were clearly things that she didn't know. Why would she know these things, right? She took note. The entire story about Project Koschei, she was paying very close attention to everything that he said. All of those secrets, she was paying attention. It didn't seem like she knew anything that she didn't think, she was not surprised to hear the word Project Koschei. Maybe that is a word that is familiar to her. But she did not seem to know any of a number of the details. Some of the details she might have heard before, don't know where, but a lot of it she didn't know, and she was very closely paying attention, committing everything to memory. And when he said that the laboratory was not destroyed, she found that very interesting. Very interesting. And At no point in time did she seem shocked by any of the weird supernatural things that he was saying. She just seemed very interested in all of this, making note. She seemed, when he mentioned Vordenberg, she seemed also very interested in that. Like, like she's gathering intel is the best way I can put it. This is from your tradecraft. This is bullshit detector, but it's also tradecraft. She is gathering intel. And she seems to be, this seems to be information that she's been wanting, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
But she didn't have it. She might have had pieces and parts of it, or hints, rumors, but this seems to be, she seems to have hit the jackpot hearing all of these things. And she seems to be very, very much concentrating and assessing him for honesty, getting all of the details about him that she can. She's not freaked out. She's not shocked or surprised, but she is very interested.
So
very,
I look over.
Very interested.
I look over at her once Dr. Morozov finishes his story and is almost
Side note,
wandering off in his thoughts.
She's not happy about him pointing to her. Do you know what I mean? Like, she is there are these little things, and I have to say, the Vordenberg thing, she knows that name. She knows who this person is. I mean, this is a historical figure. You've not heard of him, and she doesn't like the fact that he keeps pointing back to her like, wait a minute. Vordenberg was, hold on, right? So there's like, she does not feel comfortable when some of the things he said seem to point back to her expertise, because she would prefer not to have the media globe placed on her. But she is gathering all the intel that he's spilling right now about Project Koschei. And she was fascinated by the name Vordenberg coming up, and she noted that. She is taking very good mental notes, is what I would say you're getting out of that.
As Dr. Morozov kind of trails off into old memories, I look over at Olga and I say, and that just brings us back to you, doesn't it?
Well, it sounds to me as if there is something terrible happening at this Kostroma place, and that is probably where Harry went, which means if he's going to be rescued, then that should be where the rescue takes place. And you are here to rescue Marinov.
And what should I expect to find there?
Well,
do you
I
think?
have never been there.
No, you're not from Kostroma, are you? Where did you say you were from?
I am here from Moscow.
From Moscow, interesting. And yet I cannot shake that the Night Wolves are looking for you from Kostroma.
Yes, I find that very upsetting. The only answer I can come up with is that if Harry went to Kostroma, then perhaps they're out to get me because I'm connected to him.
Oh, but you were so secretive.
Yes, we were. So I find that very distressing indeed. You can imagine my distress. Why some motorcycle gang from Kostroma might want to attack me. Perhaps they are working with the FSB. How would I know?
I think the thing that I find most interesting about this all is that you went to go find Harry, didn't you?
Yes, of course. We are in a relationship. I, of course, want to know where he is. If that he is
No,
safe.
not then. I would say, what, 9 odd months ago, maybe 10? When you first sought him out?
I don't know what you're talking about. We just happened upon each other as happenstance, and he uh, asked me out. I didn't even know him. I had never met him before. So,
Can I do a bullshit detector on that?
so when she said that she'd never met him, that was true. When she said that she didn't know him, that was not true. But she had never met him, that's true. Yeah, she is being super evasive. She just caught herself in a lie and fixed it. Um, it's true that he hit on her. When she said that, that is not a lie, but she's being evasive. There's something more to that story. And she's telling you that he hit on her as a way to deflect from your statement that she sought him out, which is true. You know that when she said that she didn't seek him out, that was a lie. She tried to cover by saying, yes, but he hit on me, which is true, but there's more to that story that she is not telling you. And there, she's trying to fragment truths upon these things, but yeah.
Well, then, it's also not, well, maybe that was your first time meeting Harry, but that was certainly not the first time you heard of Project Koschei, now is it?
Project Koschei is a very secret project. Not
Which makes it all that more fascinating that you knew about it.
She looks to the doctor, who, by the way, they've never met before this moment. Well, the night before when she was harassing him. Well,
Yeah.
you worked in this program. It is top secret. It wouldn't be that some sort of normal person like me would know about it. Isn't that correct? And he's like, well, that's true. That generally speaking, a normal, average civilian would not know about this project. And he just kind of like leans away from her because he's like, oh, he doesn't like any of this right now. He's like, and you can see he's just feeling nervous.
Yes, a normal civilian. Then what would that make you? Olga Aragopova?
Harry's in danger. Don't you think that you should go and find him? He's the love of my life, and I'm very worried about him. I need to know he's okay.
It's twice you say that now, love of your life. And yet you're sitting here being evasive, not saying anything.
The love of his life part? That's not true. That's not true.
No, absolutely not. No. You're much more interested in other things, aren't you? A folklorist about the Versa-Turka War. So very interested in what Dr. Morozov had to say. Almost encyclopedic. The notes you were taking. Who are you, Olga Agropova? Not from Kostroma.
She looks like she's gonna run. That she's gonna bolt. You can see it in her eyes that she's gonna run. Except that when she glances at the door, she sees the deadbolt. And she sees that you are in between the door and her, and she knows she cannot get to the door before you could get to her. And you can tell that she's getting a little bit of low-key panic, right? Like, what's my way out of here, right? And then she's looking at the window to the third floor, and she's like, she clearly does not have a death wish. So she, like, you can see her doing the calculation about how to get out of here, and you can see she's beginning to panic.
You can try to run, but I've been tracking you for days. It would be in your best interest Just tell me the truth.
You don't know what
The
are in my
actual
best interests.
truth. Well, I know where you are now, who you're in front of now, and I know who's looking for you, and how to find you.
I feel like this is an intimidation push.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll do an intimidation push.
Mm-hmm. You have a special push token just for this.
Yeah, and I will be using that.
Mm.
It just, I'll leave it up there until I roll. All right.
The push means you don't have to roll.
Oh, the push means I don't have to roll. Let's go.
Right, because you're able to get through her resistance, so you can use that intimidation on her to get the info. I have very dangerous people that I worked for. Very dangerous.
And what are they looking for?
Information on Project Koschei.
Where are they from?
One does not ask too many questions. But I met them in London when I was studying there.
I just let her sweat for a little bit. And I just look at her. Studying in England for a while. Yes.
Yes, briefly.
That's
I was
where
there
you met
for.
him.
That's where I met the people I worked for, yes.
And then you returned back to Kostroma?
No, I've never been to Kostroma. To Moscow.
Moscow. But they are interested in Kostroma.
They are. Well, they didn't know it was Kostroma. Didn't know where it was. They wanted to know where it is.
And they found you, someone with an interest, and they gave you Harry's name.
They did.
Told you where to find him? And what to say?
Yes. Yes, they did. They told me to say small words here and there. Just some words that would...
Give me one.
They said I should mention Konstantin, Bordenberg, that I should bring up this story of the myth of Koschei, that it would trigger an obsession. That he would learn the secrets of Project Koschei. And then I would learn those secrets. And then I would tell them these secrets.
Is that why you are so invested in getting Harry back? He went off to find those secrets.
Yes.
When did he
Secrets are
leave?
valuable. Don't know, I have not spoken to him in a week. I assume he must have gone. Now I know that he's gone to Kostroma.
These English people you found, they were English. Those who you work for.
Well, Perhaps it's sometimes a bit unclear. They speak with British accents, although the lady, she has something a bit more European about her. Sometimes she sounds French, sometimes not. I suspect she shakes her head. I suspect most people would think that they are both English, those two. But I suspect they are, at least I suspect she is not. He, I think, is English. But she, I do not think is. I think she covers very well. But I am Slavic. It is hard to keep a Slavic accent hidden from another Slav. I would suspect she is perhaps Romanian, I think.
Transylvanian?
Well, could be. Perhaps. Perhaps.
Blonde hair?
Yes.
Both of them?
Yes. Both.
One with a top knot?
Yes. Yes.
And they found
That's
you.
right. Yes.
Do you know?
Do I know what?
Who you work for? What you work for?
Yes. By the way, Morozov is like, I have no idea what's going on, but he's just sitting in the background like, oh, I don't know. Kind of freaked out.
Your boss knows me. One of them does.
Yes.
I know the other also, but not as closely.
They have been watching you for some time. It's ironic, actually, that you will be the one who delivers them their prize.
Coleman?
No. Coleman's just a tool. The knowledge of Koschei.
They could try. I'm particularly stubborn, though.
You would
They've
not.
tried once.
Let me tell you something. It is fate. Only they can protect you from Koschei. You would do best to work with them and not against them.
It was a curiosity. Did they threaten you?
No. Just have to look at them and you know that they will take care of you forever. And that with
No.
them, all will be well.
No. You are just weak.
They are beautiful. I know something.
Do you?
You were conceived under the shadow of Koschei. They may have run away from him, but he has found a way to bring you back to him. And he will have you. But Lady Escadi can keep you safe. She can protect you from him if you give yourself to her. You just have to give yourself to her. And you will be safe.
A shame, really. This is going to be difficult to clean up. And I'm going to go and I'm going to break her neck.
I'm going to need a fight roll from you.
I'll do it.
Okay.
How do I do it? Just roll a d6.
Well, what's your fighting skill?
My
you got two
fighting skill?
d6s. Yeah, you got two d6s, right?
Yeah. I got two d6.
Yeah, this is not information gathering, so you do have to roll. Let's talk about this. Why don't we?
Yeah.
I need you to roll. What is your advance to kill this woman who is not a trained agent and also not expecting it? I believe this is going to be a 4, I believe. I think this is a 4. Let me just double check.
Okay.
5. 5 is your advance.
5? Okay. Then I will. I don't have to call anything out beforehand, do I?
Nope. Just one die
Okay.
at a time. One
All
die
right,
at a time.
First die.
A 4.
If only.
If only.
Right. Well, I'm rolling another die and it'll make it no matter what.
Describe to me how you get yourself into place, and then you can finish it with that last die.
I'm sitting there in my chair, and the red pieces of yarn are starting to all match up where they need to go. I've gotten what I needed to get from her. She's just spouting now.
You can smell the scent of magnolia and blood on her. Light. It's a light scent. But that's the smell of the top knot and Lady Escadi.
I'm no occultist. So I don't know the specifics in what happens, but I know what happened, what I felt when those eyes looked at me.
Yes, you do.
And I know I can assume, I can make some fairly easy reaches to figure out what would have happened had I not shook that off.
Yes.
I don't know if there's winning here. I don't know if they're saving Olga.
You don't think in this moment that she is actually fully in control of herself. And she probably hasn't been for a very long time.
And I don't necessarily care at this moment. What I do know is that if she leaves this room, she will go and tell them about this project.
Oh yes, she will.
I've learned what this project is now. I don't know what it means to them, but I know it's important. I'm not willing to risk that. And now that I know that she's actually no one of import to Harry, I have no, I don't care anymore. She gave me what I needed to know. She's at this point just not saying anything else of importance. So as I'm sitting there, I'm listening to her, I'm calculating, thinking what my best route is.
And you're getting this real sense as she's speaking, right, that Koschei's a person, right? She said he. And it seems as if her, let's just call them vampires, have a great interest in whatever it is the Russian government, military, the Russian military was doing with probably a vampire. But there was some sort of radioactive nuclear meltdown that happened on that place in
I now know.
87.
I now know what the connection to me is here.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't particularly like killing people, especially more or less an innocent civilian. However,
Is she?
she once was.
She once was.
Brainwash is not uncommon.
Yeah.
And it's never pleasant because it's not what they want.
Yeah.
It's been a long day though. So what I'm going to be doing as I sit there, I'm going to use that rage when she mentioned me, my parents, when Morozov mentioned my sister, my parents. I'm going to use that rage that I've been kind of tamping down so it doesn't show on my face. And I'm going to use that to spring up.
And right before you do, she just says, he has been watching over you your whole life. Who do you think helped bring your parents to the UK? That's what she says right before you spring up.
And I spring up quickly, practiced at her, and I approach her. The reason I don't get it in one is I was expecting some kind of reaction from me standing up, but there was none.
No.
So I missed the first time.
Yeah. Very like weirdly controlled, right? It's this weird kind of, and you're not even quite certain if this was conditioned that she say this to you, like how present she is in this moment as she's saying these things to you. And like his name, right? Him. And like you're already across the room at this moment. You may make that last roll. 2.
A 2.
You kill her. Tell me about it.
I miss her. I go for where a normal person would, maybe sitting up instead of sitting back in this saggy, soft couch. I expected her to stand up, so I miss, but there's only so much I can miss when she's sitting still. Yeah. So I just course correct and I grab her head and I just, in a practice fashion, just a quick snap and let her fall back onto the couch, and I just eyes closed. I'm so sorry, Dr. Morozov. Oh, Dr. Morozov, do not worry. I have no intention of doing that to you unless you also turn out to be an agent of the undead. It's okay. I'll give you a moment to calm down. It is fine. It is fine, sorry.
You're not going there, are you? To that place.
Kostroma? Dr. Morozov? I found something at your home. Yeah, okay, hold on one moment. And in my book bag, I grab this copy of Crime and Punishment, the one I bought new. And I flip to the back and I grab the photo. And I show it to him. I'm sure this is familiar to you, Doctor.
Yes. Dear friends of mine. Yes.
This is you, your wife? Your wife?
Yes. Yes.
This one right here? That's Susan Catherine Hall? That one right there? Paul William Hall? Living in the UK? Gave birth to a daughter 36 years ago?
Yes, but
The
Those
one in
are
their
not their-
hands?
That is their first daughter.
Yes,
Are
and I'm
you-
their second.
So they made it out to England.
They
They were
did.
saved.
I put the picture back until a car accident in '03.
I see.
Although, I'm sure you've made some leaps in logic here. Doctor, it's been a stressful week. Couple of days since I arrived in Moscow, looking for Mr. Coleman. A lot of things I didn't think existed do exist. And that is why you are not safe in the UK. I'm going to be sending you south. I got a tip that it might be safe there for people who are being looked for by these particular individuals.
Your parents. I was proud to cover for them so they could escape. It was their great sorrow. They could not bring their first daughter with them, but they were already presumed dead. If they showed up, that would be, well. Your mother said to me that what they were doing over there with the blood substitute, she said something had happened, and it was like a court of fools. In that if they did not leave, then it would be too late for everyone. I suspected that your father, Victor, I suspected that he detonated, that it was him, that he sabotaged that whole place. He told me that I should go take a walk. I was not in the blast zone when it happened. Neither were they. I think he destroyed that place, or tried to at least. But they got me out of there. And so I had to, of course, lie for them so they could get out of the country. Your mother said that what they were doing was something unholy.
I think that's one word for it. Thank you. For helping them.
Of course. I did not tell you this, but the FSB agent who came to question me, it was their first daughter, and it scared me. I did not know why she was coming to talk to me and why she was asking about all this. She asked me about Project Koschei and Coleman, and it felt like too much of a coincidence that the daughter of my friends was asking me all these questions, and so I knew I had to leave, to get out. And then that thing came for me, this Bolotnik, and don't want to die. Don't want to die. Just want to know what happened to my wife. Sorry about your parents, the car accident. I used to dream about them escaping, going to the London and seeing the West End shows. Did you know your both of your parents, they liked very much musical theater and also ballet?
You wouldn't know it by how you had to drag my father to any show. They, go ahead.
I just am sorry to hear they died.
I fear I'm in a similar situation as yourself, Doctor. That thing that came for you, you shot, what should have been dead, wasn't dead. It was alive in your attic. I have killed it, don't worry. Apparently slamming an attic door on them multiple times does the trick. But something spoke to me through that body, sort of like someone was speaking to me through her. I gesture at Olga.
He just tries not to look.
I know it's a little preposterous, I admit, but at this point, Doctor, I have covered every lead I've had. And as illogical as it seems, it appears that I don't know, the dead are living, vampire, zombies, I don't know, maybe there's more out there, but her bosses, vampires, and those are the ones that I fear you saw in the Incastroma when it was destroyed, standing there, unharmed by the heavy radiation and other various chemicals. They are the reason you cannot return to London, as you heard. They're her bosses. Found them in London, found them working with my bosses. But I've heard...
If there is a vampire there in Kostroma, and the Russian government was working with it or experimenting on it, it would make sense. Perhaps the blood sample came from a vampire. But why would the vampire work with the Russian government, give it samples? Why would it do this? And if these other vampires are working with the British government, I don't understand. What does that mean?
If I had to guess, I think the easiest way to consider it, to think about it, is as a terrorist group. They have what I feel to be very similar goals. In taking over, having people do things their own way. Obviously, as you know, you studied mind control. They have that ability, but just with their sight. If you look at them, there is a potential that they will force their influence onto you. And I feel they want maybe some... One step at a time, Doctor. One step at a time. I believe they're working with zombies, using the artificial blood substitute, maybe an army that is not easily killed. As their front line, I'm unsure. Honestly, I just learned about this when I went to your home and I saw that there was a undead person there.
I think I would call this a bolotnik. It's in our myth. She could probably tell you. It's like a swamp monster, that a grotesque old man who drags travelers to their deaths in the mires of the swamps. But that's, I think, what I would call it. It looks sort of like that to me. An old man, swamp monster. I would call it that. It's myth, but a good enough name, I think.
What was the name again?
A bolotnik.
Bolotnik.
Yes, it's not really appropriate, but that's what I would call it. It looks like that, and it's at least a Russian myth.
I fear I'm now in a situation such as yourself when you were asking too many questions, Doctor. That thing that spoke to me said that my mother was waiting for me.
How could that be? Your mother escaped. She and your father, they lived in the UK, having the fish and chips and the best life of the Western life.
But like you, Doctor, I never saw their bodies. I was in the hospital the entire time. Their funeral, was supposed to go through. I don't know, and I'll be honest with you, Doctor, it scares me what I might find when I get down there. But I know that this is bigger than me, despite what she may say. I'm not that important. But I am very stubborn.
Your mother was very important. She was lead scientist there on that other side. Not the mind control, but the blood substitutes. She was very important, and, well, she left. She escaped. She defected, but I thought the whole thing was over. The whole project was destroyed with the lab, but maybe it is sometimes known that the FSB kidnaps people and brings them back. Maybe they brought your parents back.
You only mentioned my mother. But one can hope. But even if she is there, what does that even mean?
Don't know. But please, if she's there and she needs saving, would you please save her? Or if you can find any evidence about my wife.
I promise. If I find anything else, I will tell you. You deserve to know. And you've been a great help. And I am going to use my fresh garlic as I take time to gather everything I need to get Dr. Morozov out of Moscow.
So he would point out the chest with the lock. He said that was Harry's chest. I was told not to try to open. Maybe it is useful for you.
And I'll go over and I'll make sure there's no like hidden traps of like.
No, but it's just got a pretty hefty lock on it. If you're in this place, you know, if you break it open, there's like some like a body armor, like a bulletproof vest, what you can wear under, so it's subtle, and a gun with a silencer. So it's like just got some arms there. Yeah.
I am yes, I will grab all of that. I will grab what I can out of this place. I'll even ask the doctor for some of that medicine he made to counter the swamp guys.
Oh, you're going to ask for that?
Yeah.
I see. That means I have something for you.
Okay. Well, Lysander, I feel like that's what I'm doing. I've taken my my wreath of garlic and I'm just like munching it, each one. I'm just like as we go here. That's what I'm doing. That's why I'm taking my time. It takes a lot of time to get through all this garlic.
I'm going to say you're probably going to make your network roll first so that you can refresh that.
My network roll first.
And if you want, yes, because if you want to find somebody who can help spirit Morozov out, you're going to need to make a network roll for a contact.
Can I use my Morozov question push for that?
Nope, this is just a straight up roll. Just a straight up roll. But that's a 4. Hold on, let me give you your number. Where did I put it? Your number is, I want to give you your number. Your number is 7.
Oh, okay.
You have no heat, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, good. So you have 2 dice for your network, so you've got 1 more die to roll.
Okay. A 2.
So that's a 6. You needed a 7. So there are no extra problems, but that is a hold. You do have a contact in Moscow that can help you that can help you get him out. But you are going to need to use that Morozov push because he doesn't trust Morozov.
Okay. Yeah, then I will do that.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I don't think we'll need it for this one. But you know somebody who's a person smuggler. You will need to use that because they don't tend to smuggle out Russian scientists. So that will make them feel a bit better.
Yeah.
Since you do take time, you may refresh all of your dice. You may use that garlic to suppress your... Oh, hello. To suppress your shadow.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, why don't you can look at your new edge if you like.
All right, flipping the card. Oh my god, I thought it disappeared. Edge, culture. An experimental antibiotic, discard to counter problem 14. Infected, or get a bonus die on any medic tests. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha.
And with that, you are suppressing your shadow, I believe.
Yes.
Because you've used your garlic. So I'm going to ask you this important question before we go to break. Because when we come back, we're going to go there. How do you want to get to this old abandoned lab, which is actually not so abandoned anymore?
Game plan. Go with Nina.
Okay. So you take your time, you sleep. What do you do with the body?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So this is what I do. I was planning this out. As when I go out to meet my contact for Morozov, I take the body and I basically puppet her to like weakens up Bernie's it. To make it look like she's like really drunk. I leave at like late at night when the like bars are getting out. Yeah. And it's like, oh, I have to carry my drunk friend and like I like half carrying her, half on my back, totally passed out. Yeah. I'm struggling. Some people may like laugh at me, especially drunk ones. I go to where her apartment was, that block. Yeah. I find an alleyway. I take out the meth or cocaine or whatever that I got from that one guy.
The heroin,
yeah. I strap up her arm, and I shoot her up, and I get I leave all the evidence there. Yeah. Also in sight of wherever this biker gang might be able to see it.
Yeah, I love that. That's really good. I will remember how well you covered that up for later. So I think before we go to break, I will say this. You meet up the next night with Nina, who is there, and she's very quiet, and she says, "Are you going, or have you taken my advice to leave?"
I think we both know the answer. Though I do have something for you. A thank you, you could say. And I grab the new book, The Crime and Punishment, and I give it to her. And inside of it is the picture in the back of our parents and her. And there is a letter that I wrote over the night for her on the other cover. And I give it to her.
I will look at this. She wants to. I will look at this when we get to the beach. Come, we have a trip. And she brings you to her car. She's not there with any other agents. And you and she drive the hours it will take to get to Kostroma. And as you travel in silence, you get into the thick, thick forest, most likely owned by the Ignatiev family. Deep, deep into these forests. And slowly, 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 you travel closer and closer to Kostroma. Miles from anywhere. As you get closer, you notice the leaves of the trees start turning yellow, strange. And as you arrive, there's a break in the impenetrable forest. And you come upon a lake. There's a small boathouse with a boat on this side and an island, the island, where the lab, where Project Koschei was happening, stands. And at this moment, we're going to go to break. And when we come back, we will engage in the end. Drink water, stretch your legs, and when we come back, our agent is going to find out what's on the island. Hello, everyone. Welcome. We are here. We are here. We are live. And we are about to, it's gonna go. All right. So, hi, we're back. This is it. This is our moment. And actually, that's a little peaky right there. Just a little. Let me put myself right there.
Geeky.
Just a little peaky. My volume is doing exciting things. So, we're back. This is it. I just want to remind you that PCs cannot die before the end of the adventure. This is the end of the adventure. Nina Roskova drives you deep into this forest. You passed by a private airfield, very small, very, very tiny private airfield, right as you sort of come out of, it's a little far away, but it's close to where you come out of the break. Clearly, this is probably there to move supplies in and out of this place. And as you look, it is a lake with a forest on it. And there's a small transit station on the lake shore, which is mostly overgrown by now. You would imagine that back then, supplies would be come in and there'd be all sorts of supplies coming back and forth through this transit station, taking a boat from here to the island and back. But it does not seem as if that has this. The lab is abandoned. From the shore, it's hard to tell that there was ever anything on that island. The lab's almost completely hidden by vegetation and debris. It looks like a ruins now. There are a few overgrown structures by the shore. The sunken remains of a jetty, trash half buried in the mud. There's a smell of chemical smells. It smells bad. The lake itself has no fish, no insects anywhere near there. And the water is almost certainly poisoned from
Mm-hmm.
like the toxins, right, leaching from the ruins of the lab. This is a place of death. The trees around here, the closest ones are bare and no leaves will grow. They're blackened. Um, the transit station itself is also in ruins, and it looks like nobody's been there in 30 years. Oh, I forgot to put my lamp back up. Silly me. Pretend there's a creepy red light behind me. Um, there's a warehouse whose roof is collapsed, and there are several sheds full of abandoned and rusted machinery, and an empty boathouse. Um, and Nina walks with you towards the boathouse, holding the book in her hand. And Nina
Before
nods. Yeah.
we get here, when we were in the car driving here, it's just me and her in the car, correct?
Yes.
I would like did I smell anything?
You do not smell the scent of magnolia and blood, no.
Okay. Um okay. Okay. That's all I needed to know.
That may not be a good thing, may not be a good thing. Who knows? But you do not smell that. But she walks you over to the boathouse. There's a modern motorboat with a tank full of gas right next, covered by a tarpaulin. And there's a locker near the boat with several protective hazmat suits. And you can tell when you look that there are gouges in the ground, fresh marks gouged in the mud near the old jetty. Several heavy things were dragged up from the shore into the woods. So it seems to you as if people are transporting heavy things from here in onto the island. There's some kind of regular transit that happens to the island. Heavy things are being transported over there still.
Yeah.
And the shed near the boathouse is clearly still in use. Nina takes you into that shed, and there's a couple of cheap folding chairs and a table, deck of cards, but also some coils of nylon rope and some duct tape, which would be ideal for restraining prisoners, and a small telephone on the table. And she looks at you and she says, "Should I read this now or later?" She still hasn't opened the book.
If you have time, you can read it now.
She nods and she opens up the book, Crime and Punishment. And she thumbs through to see what might have been hidden there for her. And there's the photograph. And she's taken aback. "Where did you get this?"
I point at Dr. Morozov.
Oh, he's not with you, right? He's waiting at the.
No, in the
Oh,
picture.
yes. Oh,
in the
yes. Yeah,
picture.
yeah. Ah, I see. I don't have many photographs of my parents.
They wanted to bring you. was unsafe. They tried, I'm told.
She looks a bit confused. I was told they died here on this island. Well,
The resemblance is not just coincidence. I point at her and I'm like, this was me 2 years later.
they defected?
They saw what they were doing here. The abominations. They could not do it any longer. And when this place went boom, they used that as an opportunity to leave. They could not find an excuse to prove that you also somehow died, so they would not go looking, as they would go looking for them.
But my mother is here on the island.
Yes, she would have supposedly died when I was 16 in a car crash. I never gave it much thought because it hurt too much, but I never saw their bodies. Not after they died. We were crashed into a T-bone. Classic. I never thought about it much until now.
And you can see there's a lot of mixed emotions going through her. She seems to be, first, a little bit overwhelming, but she's also angry, hurt, and she's got some questions. She says, someone else is, it must have been before I was working for them. Him.
I only found out last night, this afternoon, what it was. I found this photo. And, I mean, we're both intelligent. We both saw each other. There was something there. It's just
Yes.
what? I fought a thing in an attic where I found this photo. It was putrid, and it spoke to me. Told me who was here. Then I found someone who was speaking to Coleman. Someone who worked for those I told you about. And she said that I was conceived under the shadow of Koschei. And that they have been watching me my entire life.
Well,
So they escaped, but I guess you never really do.
no. I guess you never really do.
Read it. It might be good for you.
I must tell you. And she opens up the book again, and she picks up the letter, which is in code. And before she reads it, she says, someone was seen coming into the country. Someone you told me about. A man, blonde with a topknot. Accompanied by a woman. They came into the country late last night. I'm not on that particular mission, but it's something I thought you should know. You said if I heard anything about this, I should tell you. And so I have learned this.
Be careful.
Don't know what this means, but
If they know me, they know you. Be careful. I don't know what their end game is, but obviously they have an interest in me. But that is okay. I have an interest in them.
there is some sort of war, I think, happening. I don't know all of the details. And I have
Do you know
never
what
been
they
on
are?
that island. Something terrible.
If you can help it, don't look at their eyes.
No, it's one of the reasons why I never go to the island. I only
Smart.
provide the Rodegalin for him.
Do we have family?
My aunt is still alive? Our aunt, sorry. Cousin? Or two?
Good.
It's our aunt.
I'm glad you had them. I'm sorry. At least you have met her. Although not him.
She is somewhere between living and dead. You will not want to see her.
No. I suspected not, but she is my mother. Or at least once was. If someone gets to put her to rest, then it should be someone who loved her.
You must know this. I have never met Koschei face to face. He is so riddled with plague. It is too dangerous to be in any close proximity with him. He communicates with me only through our mother.
Cruel. A bastard. If I can, I'll burn it all down. Our father did once. I'm sure it runs in the genes.
You must know that my mother reached out to me. Now you're telling me that he must have gotten her taken back to do the work for him on the chemical that he needs.
She was the lead scientist before it all exploded, which I am told our father did.
What I do here, I don't do for the FSB. I do this for my mother. See, Koschei controls our mother. He holds her soul captive and she cannot rest. If I do anything to displease him, he will destroy our mother in a way that is something we cannot imagine. So, He cannot leave the island, so I give him what he needs, which is I cover up disappearances of bodies. If he needs bodies, I get them for him. But mostly he just needs this chemical.
The secret of this place.
I keep it secret.
I intend to end what is happening here. I would save her. And whatever they have planned. Although I know this is larger than just here. If I could just save her, that may be enough to consider my mission complete.
You should be in the suit. I cannot act against him because if I do...
Of course.
It will destroy our mother, her soul, her very soul.
Yes. You do not have to explain to me.
You should know that I took Coleman here. He wanted to know about this Koschei. Some ruined government experiment. My mother told me that they found this Koschei in a crypt. They were following notes from this Baron Gordenberg, who seemed to be some sort of vampire hunter. They had some fragments of his diary, and they followed it to find a crypt of one of these creatures, very badly damaged, injured, like in a coma. And the experiments they were making was to find some way to bring it back to life, to control it, to make it their weapon. But cannot control something like this. Something so powerful, deadly. I understand
The
now
folly
that...
of man?
Yes. It got out around 87 or so. It still cannot leave the island, it is. It requires this chemical to live. But it took over everything and everyone, and it lives. Now I have to serve it to keep our mother safe.
If I return, and I am still me, or if this entire place somehow implodes, pay attention to the letter.
I will. I have to give you some edges right now because of what you have done.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Will you go on top of this card? Yes.
And she
All
says,
right.
I can perhaps do something to help you, although I cannot go with you to that place.
I would not expect you to.
And she thinks about it, and as she's thinking, the phone rings. But you may please reveal your edge.
It is Edge Clue. Oh, that's how you spell it. Per fluorodeclin habit. You know that Koschei's entities reliant on a chemical called perfluorodeclin to enable it to digest blood. There's got to be a way to exploit this dependency.
Mm-hmm. Mhm. The phone rings. In the little shed that you're in. And Nina looks at you. She goes over, she picks up the phone. Hello. And this is a direct line, so you can't really call out anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And she waits, and then there's like a little beep, 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 and then there's these words. You hear this groan. And she says, "Yes, mother, it is I. Um, no, I have not brought any more of the chemical that is for later. Uh, listen, I have something. Uh, your
Alyssa.
Alyssa, thank you, is here. Yes, I don't know, but she's coming. Could you keep her safe as long as you can? I know it will not be forever, but as long as you can hold out, please. For Coleman. I told her not to come.
She knows I'm stubborn.
Yes. And she hands the phone to you.
And I look at it for a split second before I pull it up. I'm sorry, I'm not a millennial. Let me hold it like a Gen Z would.
Yeah.
Hello.
Alyssa.
Yes, it is me.
A master has a plaything. Stay away.
I know it's been a while, Mother, but you have to know that once I get my mind on something, I'm not gonna let it go that easily. I understand what I'm walking into.
I will meet you at the shore. Do not go to the castle.
Okay, Mother. I'll meet you on the shore.
It is you again, I see. Well, you are coming to visit me.
Well, I had
And
an
you
open
can tell.
invitation. It would be rude.
Good. I have questions for you. I have a death for you.
Oh, that's so nice. I have the same gift for you.
A peasant like you can never defeat a lord. It is
You've
the
never met
divine
me, though.
right. No, but I watched you as you scurried around the city of Moscow.
Oh,
With
but
their
you didn't watch
smell.
me. You never watched me. You
I
had your little minions
always.
do it for you. You can't leave this place. How could you? It's why I had to come and visit you, isn't it? Otherwise, I would have set up a nice English meal. I'm sure you've never had one before.
The English
You'd
are
had a good little cuppa.
barbarians. You have the
Can't argue
smell.
that.
The smell of my enemies upon you.
Do you smell of magnolia?
No.
Can't say the same for you then. It's fine. I'm sure I could find to grow the hate of death and rot.
Ah, you will only serve me as a vassal. You shall be my cupbearer. Yes.
I don't think so. I find that to be particularly boring. But I'll come meet you anyways. I look forward to it.
I will learn all of the secrets of Ascadi and that entire line. And I pick your brain clean.
Oh, they're not your vassals going around doing your bidding? Huh. They're your enemies. How fascinating.
I have your friend.
Yes, well, it has been a week.
Come, join my court. Join my court.
No, thank you. I'll come visit, though. I hear it's particularly awful.
My child, Alyssa.
Yes.
He's left me for the moment. Come. But do not meet him.
I will do my best. I'll try to do what Father did.
And the line goes dead.
Hand the phone back to Nina so she can hang it up.
She listens, it's dead. She hangs it up. Well, Koschei holds our mother's soul in a cage, hostage. She can only do so much, so you must be very careful.
Have you ever seen Koschei ill?
I've never seen Koschei. It is not safe to be close to him.
Have you heard him sound odd at any point? Any advantage I could get from him?
I speak only through my mother, him. He seems... All I know is I think he is trapped there. That without the Decalin, I do not think he can survive.
I think that's the key. Let the Decalin destroy him.
I do not think he can drink blood without it.
Some sort of anticoagulant. Will you... Is this supposed to be an immediate thing? Me going to meet her in the shore? Do you think they will be particularly cross if I don't go right this second?
Imagine it would be better if you just turned around and not went at all.
I have a question to ask someone. God, what a world we live in. But I go away for a moment. I mean, I'll be here physically, but I will not be aware of my surroundings. If you will protect me for that time?
Yes, of course. She looks like that seems odd. She sort of points to the little folding chair.
Thank you. Maybe do some light reading. If you're anything like our father, you should get through that quickly.
I will.
And I'm going to think about the doctor. I would like to go visit my doctor.
Agent Loki, it's good to see you. How have you been?
I've Oh, that is the question of the hour, isn't it? Doctor, if I survive, I'd be happy to tell you all about it. After the fact, we're reaching the climax, as they say. I'm going to go meet my mother. Only seems to be half dead, so I guess that's comforting. But that's not why I'm here, Doctor. Last time we were here,
Oh,
we talked about plurifadeclin,
yes, yes, that's right.
and
Um,
you seem to have some knowing about what that may be. Say hypothetically, if
mm,
a being had to ingest plurifadeclin in order to ingest and process normal blood,
mm, that would make
what do you
sense.
think?
Perfluorodecolin is much smaller than blood platelets. It can uh, travel through damaged cells. If the cell is too damaged, it cannot actually take a blood transfusion, but um, perfluorodecolin would actually help carry the blood through the stream. Um, yes.
Would there be a way to sabotage plurifadeclin in order to prevent that process from happening? In fact, maybe do the opposite. Or
Hmm.
an agent you know that would do the opposite.
Well, if you had any acid, that would certainly do it. Hmm. Well, it sort of depends on what sort of thing you are trying to ruin it for. For regular people, some sort of poison or acid would do well. Um, you were talking about vampires, though, were you not?
Yes. Although I'm not entirely certain what this being is, I've been told something like have you heard of a bolotnik?
Oh, no, I haven't. Um,
Hmm.
I'm afraid not. Um, but if it's some sort of undead supernatural thing, well, I imagine holy water might do it. I imagine. I'm not an expert on the occult, but that seems like it would make sense to me. Or some sort of, yes, I would say some sort of acid would work as well. That would kill it.
Hmm. Yes, it appears it survived a sort of nuclear fallout sort of explosion.
Oh, well, acid,
And
yes, then. Poison, no.
all right, so then acid, holy water.
Hmm.
Would they react weirdly? As if I mix them together and put them in? Or.
No, I probably not. Um,
Yeah,
I'd say
yeah, just making
use
sure.
as much as you can. I am so glad you visited me today. For our regular
Oh,
appointment, I did have something I wanted to tell you. Uh,
of course,
glad.
Doctor, go
Uh,
ahead.
um, so, um, I was having a conversation with Archangel. Yes. Um, he was asking me about the others. I mentioned you. I mentioned what you were saying about vampires. I was very interested. Very interested. He asked me how to contact you, and I looked through my records. I tried to find your number. It was not easy, actually. Um, do do you have a phone number? Something secure?
I do. Yes.
Uh, could you give it to me? I can't find your number in my records. I looked,
No, I suspect you.
couldn't find anything.
Yes.
Something secure.
It is
Yeah.
888
Mm.
888 8888.
Ah, yes, yes. Um, thank you. And he says I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget it. Um, I'll let him know at our next appointment. He said he wanted
Yes.
to speak with you.
Tell him to send a code
Hmm,
in the message.
hmm.
If I reply with trip to Hawaii, then
Hmm.
the line is secure. Otherwise, the number has been compromised.
I will remember.
Also, you seem to be a halfway point for a lot of us. My vampires are dealing with zombies with plurfodeclin, pumped full of it.
All right.
And it appears that the vampire, that I'm going against, they named him Koschei, as a part of Project Koschei. Apparently, he is not very fond of the blonde man with the top knot and Lady Ascari, the woman with the blonde hair. I don't know if that may help anyone else, Doctor, but if it does, and if you can, feel free to tell them.
I will. When they come into their appointment, I will let them know. I think it's important. I find it perhaps patient-client confidentiality in this situation might need to be relaxed a little to get you in contact with each other. You're the only ones I know who speak of these things, of vampires and ghosts and such.
You are our point of contact.
I hope that the CIA is not watching me anymore. I mean, I want to make sure that they don't realize that you're meeting. They haven't come to my office, though, in a while, so I think I'm safe. I think they seem to have forgotten about me.
If you've done a lot of right by me, Doctor, thank you so much. If I do not return from this job, just know that I really enjoyed our sessions.
But you'll have to come back. So.
Well, in this case, Doctor, I don't know if coming back in at any cost may be the it seems that there might be a cost in some cases. But I'll try. Don't count me out just yet, but you know, I'm an optimist at heart, but I understand the line of work I'm in.
Well, wait. He looks around, and he sort of pulls out his reading glasses. He says, take these with you, would you? Just for good luck. That's all I have.
Will do, Doctor.
I just...
Well, it was a wonderful session.
Yes. All right. I will be waiting here for our next session.
Will do, Doctor. And I'll open the door and just walk straight out.
And you can see him go to reach for the phone so he can call his husband. But as the door shuts...
Oh my God. This poor man just wants to talk to his husband.
He just wants to talk to his husband. He
Let
probably
him talk
shouldn't,
to the
though.
husband.
He probably shouldn't.
No, it would be real bad, but like, by golly, imagine.
Yeah, probably real bad. And you
One day,
are back.
Doc, I promise.
Ooh, I think that might be sort of traumatic. You are back in the small
or
shack.
cathartic. I don't know. I'm meeting my dead mom here in a second.
Yeah.
We've yet to figure out if that's a good or bad thing.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
She
also,
looks
I
at
want
you.
the chat to know that I'm the crybaby, not Loki. Loki's good. Loki's stoic the entire time. I'm the crybaby. Go ahead.
She looks at you and she says, "You've been sitting there for 45 minutes."
Yeah, that's about how long the session is supposed to be, so it makes sense. I look at my hand to see if I have the reading glasses.
You do. You do.
I don't understand anything anymore, honestly. Hey, just so you know, I think ghosts are real also. I don't. Is that really that far-fetched at this point? I don't know. Someone needs to know. If I can't tell my sister, who else?
Well, there are... Koschei is some I think the Russian government was trying to use a vampire for its own ends.
Yes. Mind control is what the doctor told me
That would make sense. But
in the 80s.
so stupid. I don't know about
Hey,
ghosts,
go ahead.
but there are definitely vampires and whatever he turned our mother into.
Bolotti?
Oh,
Bolotnik?
Bolotnik. Huh, that is something to call it. It is Bolotnik is like a swamp creature. It's not very nice to say about our mother.
No. But very accurate to say about Koschei.
No, he's something different. There are many of them on the island. He makes them. Somehow. He is something older and different. Something terrible.
Holy water. Hey, do you know that if it's a myth, if you mix holy water with other water sources, it all becomes holy, or?
Well, I have heard that the power of faith can do many things. I think.
Okay. I'm gonna put it in the Plurvadeclan.
You have holy water?
I have many things. I did not know what to come prepared with.
Ah. I don't think they can be killed at all. At least that's what he says. He survived plague and radiation. It may be impossible to kill him.
Ah, but we have not tried faith yet.
Maybe not.
Also
I
acid.
will.
That's the other thing my contact told me.
I will be waiting here on this side of the shore for you.
Be safe.
And you. And she pulls off the tarp onto the little motorboat. And she stands there, ready to give it a push for you.
And as I get in, I turn around and I look at her and I'm like, did you read it?
Yes. I did.
Well, until we see the light again, I'll turn around and...
Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure meeting you, Nina.
If you don't come back, I will have failed as an older sister.
Oh, then I just
Don't
have to
make
come
me.
back?
Yes. Please.
I'll look at her, I'll nod, turn back around, and I've never driven a boat before. I make the noise for...
And with that, the boat moves across the dead lake. And it's smooth. The boat itself is not empty. There are things in this boat. There are blood-stained ropes, scraps of duct tape, cleaning supplies, smell of urine, chemical smell, scrape marks from plastic drums, probably the perfluorodecaline. You imagine this motorboat has taken many trips bringing victims and chemicals.
Mm-hmm.
And as you cross the lake, you can sense the darkness in this place. You smell something unholy and undead as your boat gets closer and closer to this poisoned island. And I'm going to need a cool test from you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
A cool test.
Yes. Your number is 9. You have a -1 because you have one shadow that is not suppressed at the moment.
Damn it, I should have used it when I was talking to Nina. Hey, chat, remind me to use this when I'm talking to, like, my mom or something, so I can get rid of this minus cool.
Which one?
The starting problem. That I keep forgetting because I haven't covered over contact.
So you have -2 to your to this roll.
Darn it. All right.
Isn't that going to give you a free interpersonal push with Harry? That voice message?
I mean, I guess.
You're at a -2.
Okay.
There are no stunts you can do,
oh.
and there is no extra problem. I will note.
Okay.
You do have some edges that might help you here if you wanted to get rid of them.
I know I have the crucifix. Do I have another one?
I believe Defiant to the Last.
Ah, yes.
Oh, no, that Defiant to the Last will counter a shadow problem.
Yeah.
Let's see. Culture won't do it. These things can die will not do it. The Watchers sense trouble. Yes, I actually believe that the only thing that will help you with this is the crucifix if you wish to use it. But you don't have to do that now.
Okay, I can do it at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You have 2 dice.
All right, well, let's see. It is a cool roll.
Mm-hmm.
So
you have your 2 dice?
Oh, it's gonna suck. All right, come on, dice.
A 6.
6? All right.
The boat moves slowly across this water. You can see some carcasses of fish floating here or there. It almost seems to steam a little bit. And there's this chill is there. Roll your second die. That's a 7. And you need -2, that's a 5. And you need a 9 to advance. Do you think that that is good enough for a hold?
A 7 for a hold on a 9.
Also, it's -2, so that's actually a 5.
5. On a 9? Absolutely not. That's not good enough for a hold. I don't even think the 7 is going to be good enough for a hold. Seven on a 9. I mean, if there's ever a point to use it, I guess it would be now.
It's up to you if you want to keep that crucifix around.
I mean, this feels like a pretty important roll. Gotta try, right? God damn you, Harry. And me not realizing there was a second half to this problem card. As we're driving around, I'm going as Loki drives around in this boat, finding her way to the shoreline, getting this like feel of darkness just kind of start to slowly creep itself into her person. Never having been superstitious before, but suddenly she's feeling real stitious this past couple of days. So she grabs one of the crosses she has on her, one of her many crucifixes she has on her. And as she goes, she holds it as though it were a weapon,
Yeah.
at the
Yeah.
ready. And she will use the edge card in hopes of hitting a hold. And if nothing else, she tried.
Delete the crucifix. It feels overwhelmingly dark and bleak.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels as if at any moment they could come for you, destroy your mind. But holding the crucifix gives you courage. A chill runs down your spine as you get closer to the island, and you can see a figure shuffling, strange figure in the distance, and another one. There seem to be one or two or three just figures wandering aimlessly. But you killed that creature. You have always been strong. You survived before. You will survive again. You get the hold. And your boat lands at the edge of this island. And out of the darkness shuffles your mother. She comes to help pull the boat onto the shore. And she looks. It's hard. You still recognize her, although it's hard. Because she looks like that creature you killed before, the Bolotnik. Her skin is rotted and oozes with brownish fluid. She's wearing clothes that seem to be the clothes she was wearing when she was in that car accident. But the clothes now, it's been a while, are just hanging off of her and rotting. And you can see her eyes haunted, in pain, suffering greatly. It seems every movement she makes is painful. And here, in this moment, as she body twisted, pulls the boat up. And you can see that she still has control of herself for now, but you don't know for how long. You don't know if she will be controlled by Koschei at any moment.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know if she'll be forced to raise the alarm, to tell everyone that you're here and bring who knows how many of these creatures to attack you. But she, in this moment, still has her wits about her, and she looks at you with such pain and such pride and such love and shame.
And to think I thought you were an accountant. This is so much cooler. A scientist.
Scientists deal also with numbers.
I still don't like them, Mother. I'm sorry.
I was always hoping you would also become a scientist or a dancer.
Too much. It was a little too difficult to continue dancing, but I mean, I kind of do acting now.
What do you do now? Are you married?
Ooh.
Grandchildren? Joy.
So, no, sorry, Mom. I've had a bit of a busy life so far.
University?
I did do that one. I did go to university. Funded by MI6, but I did go.
She seems sad a little. Are you for MI6 now?
It's complicated, my relationship with MI6 at the moment. What with all of this going on, but I mean, what are you gonna do? I'm happy though. I like my job.
Are happy.
Yes.
This is all your father and I want.
Well, let's see if we can get you happy also, Mom. Mother, Mum. They say Mum in England.
Mum.
Mum.
You are leaving now.
No. But I'm hoping to help you out.
I will take you to secret entrance.
Okay.
And she begins to shuffle.
Yeah.
She says, I wish you never had to see me like this.
Honestly, I'm just relieved that you're you. I thought you would be a vampire. That was the more terrifying of the two.
Vampires. It is rare. They do not give that easily. They instead make you a thrall.
Well, then, this is all a lot. Well, then the thrall, then that would have been worst case scenario, Mom.
Yes.
Mom.
And
Are we... Go ahead.
as she's walking, the island is small, but it's heavily overgrown. And the old research lab is in the middle of the island, and around the edges, there are outbuildings, but they're mostly like just lost in these trees and in the ruins of storerooms and accommodations for scientists who once worked there. You look as you're sort of going, you see these little bungalows that you actually now realize were in those photographs of your mom and your dad and Morozov and his wife, younger. But the forest itself is tainted. The roots of the trees are intertwined with the broken concrete and debris from the old laboratory, and vegetation grows strangely. The trees are misshapen, and their bark and leaves are discolored by chemicals leached from the soil. And
Mhm.
there's no movement in the woods, just except for the rustling of the trees, the wind. Nothing is alive here. Not fully. Not an insect, not a bird, nothing. And it
As we're
is
walking,
twisted and misshapen as you move.
um, Mom, do you know what happened to Dr. Morozov's wife?
I could never tell him. She was one of the first victims. Your father knew then that we had to destroy everything. But he could not die. See,
Oh, he hasn't met me yet.
as you're moving, you can see the big heavy tracks in the mud you're heading. There's like clearly a route towards the main entrance where heavy barrels of chemicals, chlorpyrrodeclarine, would have been dragged for decades. Old, these tracks are old to be dragged these barrels up the slope. But
Mom, God.
she moves you off to the side into the forest away from the big route. Yes.
Is there a way for me to access the stash?
I She looks pained. He makes me work on the chemicals so that he can live. There is a storeroom on the lower level from his court. There, all are stored. It should be empty. Everyone else is at court with him. Please. And as she says this, you come upon a ventilation shaft hidden, tucked away in the side of this building.
Mm-hmm.
Former ventilation shaft, really. Mostly destroyed by fire. There's clearly a lot of bad stuff that happened here. Your dad blew some stuff up pretty well. And that's all sad, broken. But you can climb down the black metal of the shaft into the lower depths of this lab, ruined lab.
Um, as I'm taking like the cover off of the vent, I'll say, Acid or holy water?
Holy water.
And I wait for her to look at me, which might take a while. But I say,
You can tell she's having a hard time meeting your gaze because she's afraid that she will see disgust in your eyes when you look at her with her skin peeling off and cracked and strange discoloration and warping that has happened to her.
I mean, it is very gross.
It is.
But I'm a veteran spy. I can keep my my demeanor no matter what I may be feeling or smelling. Being around trash or dead people would not be my first time, nor my 2nd time, or 5th. Trashmen are real good covers.
That's true.
I wait for her to look at me in the eyes and I say, I love you, Mom. No matter any of this. I want you to know that.
I love you.
Always and forever, Mom. And
Wait. I must tell you. It was people here who brought us back. Me, FSB, one of Koschei's minions, went there to England, killed your father. He wasn't important to Koschei. Stole me, brought me here, experimented on me, made me work for him, killed me, kept my soul. My soul. A man, very dangerous. One of them, vampire. Vampire of the old line. The old line, not the new line. His name is Sinclair. He is freshly awoken. He was sleeping in a crypt in the Middle East. They sent victims to him. He awoke, killed so many, came here to serve, work with his cousin, Koschei. Koschei cannot leave. Sinclair killed your father in front of my face. Brought me here. Sinclair is evil. They all are. Sinclair killed your father. That is not his original name. It is old. It is Transylvanian. But it is what he goes by. Now, he is deadly. He's dangerous. You must avoid him at all costs. He's not here now. But you must avoid him. And You must kill me. That is the only way for Nina to be free. Please.
Hopefully I save all of you. Well, I mean, and by save, by send you with my father. I'll do it, Mom. I'm very good at my job.
I love you.
Love you too, Mom. Now go before he knows where I am. And I go into the ventilation shaft, start shimmying my way in.
Down in the dark shaft, you go. Your mother stands there on the edge and begins to wander. Not killed by you, continue to live a torturous life. And deep...
I've got time.
You've got time. You climb down into this place. The basement of a laboratory. But they've changed. They look different now. There are now things redecorating. Koschei must have redecorated what looks to you like they must have been cold labs or storerooms under the main lab upstairs. It's been turned into a crypt or a dungeon. It looks sort of medieval now. He's sort of placed coats of arms and shackles and chains to the walls. There are, as you move by, there's torture chambers and cells. He's turned pipes and laboratory equipment into manacles and spikes. And he's hung up rotten sheets of rotten cloth as if they were medieval tapestries, glorious and grand, but they are faded sheets of death, burn marks and blood, stained and ripped. And this place seems like a twisted and grotesque medieval castle dungeon. This is where all of the storerooms would be. And I will tell you this, it is completely empty here, so far at least.
Mm-hmm.
There's no one wandering about, no guards, no Bolotnik. And that's when you hear it. The sounds of laughing, of dancing and singing. Upstairs, above you, where the main lab would be, you can hear it echoing through the concrete corridors from above. They're singing like old medieval folk songs, maybe, except that it's the gnarled, broken voices of the Bolotnik. Their vocal cords dry, their skin broken. It's a parody of some sort of feast, perhaps. And there is no joy in any of their songs.
I continue on looking for the storage room first. If nothing else, I want to make sure to taint a supply. If I don't make it out, then at least he will die.
You look from storeroom to storeroom, or what used to be storerooms. Most of these places now are places where they hold prisoners, torture them, kill them. Just blood here and there, room after room, cell after cell. But as the sound of dancing continues and laughing, you find the storeroom. This one has got huge industrial barrels, just barrel after barrel of all of this perfluorodecaline. This is where they keep it. And it is cleaner than most spots. And there's a table here with some chemistry equipment. This is probably where your mother is forced to do her work to turn this into something usable. And there is a dead body on the table, almost completely drained of blood. Old now. Looks like a jogger, perhaps. And this room is full of death. And I guess life.
Before I get out of the vent, and I'm scoping the area out through the little bars, I'm going to look to see if I can see where, you know how when you're stocking the pantry, how you need to like take out the stuff you already have to make sure it's in the front and the new stuff's in the back. I'm looking to see what the stuff they're gonna take next to.
The next one?
Yeah, the next one.
You can tell because it has clearly been sort of opened and processed and it's closer. Seems a little flammable. There's some markings on there. Sort of note to be careful for being flammable. But clearly this one over here, and you can tell because you can smell that it's been infused with blood. Like it's not just the perfluorodecaline. It's also perfluorodecaline that has now been infused with blood. And it feels to you as if this is...
Next keg.
Yeah. Has a weird smell to it. Smells a little like frankincense.
Frankincense.
Yeah. Feels a little bit like frankincense, but it just sort of that smell just sort of it's almost like you don't smell it, but like you sense it. Like just this little smell of frankincense.
I smell of frankincense, but I'm gonna infuse it with a little bit of myrrh. Murder.
Oh!
And
I just wanted to give it to you. I just wanted to give it to you.
Thank you. So I wait a beat. Well, I look at that and then I look at like directly below me, looking for my escape route for when in hopes I can jump back into the vent. As soon as I do the work. My plan is to get the vent off, jump in, throw the holy water in there, jump back into the vent.
Well, you've been traveling down here for a while, so you have to go all the way back to get out of the place.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's many other rooms I'd like to peruse. There's still Coleman, who's like, you know, somewhere around here, probably. And so, though I love Coleman, not my top priority right now. So I proceed with that. I take off the vent cover, holding it whenever I hear a sound, recognizing that the way these things move was so foreign to me. So just trying to recognize any small, like, it's like I'm a rookie again. Any small noise, I'm immediately just stop, stand still, wait for it to pass, and then go in again.
I should tell you, Ignatiev has an entire factory that produces this chemical.
I know.
Yeah.
What I'm hoping is that it kills him. Step one, kill him with holy water. honestly, step 2, don't know what step 2 would be. In this moment in time. Ignatieff. I mean, what else could I really do?
You contaminate all of this perfluorodecolon.
Mm-hmm. Are you suggesting that he's providing more perfluorodecolon to other vampires? Is that the insinuation there?
Probably not, but I'm just saying if you poison this one, he can bring in more.
But like, what if he dies with this one?
You might starve to death slowly, but you'd have to deal with Ignatieff to make sure he doesn't get any more.
What's the water content of perfluorodecolon? Can I just put a little bit of holy water in all these kegs?
You can. You have enough. You did your prep. You probably have like a vodka bottle's worth of holy water.
Yeah. In this universe, are we going with the mythos that if you put a little bit of holy water into another jug of water, it also becomes holy?
Well, you don't know, but you think it'll probably be problematic at the very least.
Okay. I do that and a little bit of acid also, if I can find some. Just a little mixture of both, little tonic of holy water and acid. Although maybe like a basic acid, because technically you're not supposed to put water and acid together because that goes boom. So
you can always set it off to drop in later if you want something explosive.
True.
Just saying.
There is a very last one back there. Maybe in the very last one, I'll do it.
Yeah. Set it up.
If it gets to that point,
Yeah.
To get a clarifying point,
Yes.
when we were talking about my mother's soul in game, were we? Nina told me that he had her soul.
Yes. Yes.
Did my mother also confirm that he has her soul?
That is what she said, but we don't know what that means. Like, is that literal? They seem to think so, but they seem to think that's the case.
Okay. I just want to confirm that my mother also confirmed that.
Yeah, which means if she's killed now, then she probably will not get rest if that is correct.
Yeah. I would have to get her soul somehow. I don't know. Like, the guy in my head's pretty good, but I don't think he knows about recovering souls, considering his existence right now. Damn. Okay. Well, I just have to hope Coleman has something if he's still alive. I'm going to set up all those kegs, including the explosive one at the end. Then I'm going to scurry back into the vent and close it up.
Now, do you want to finish searching the bottom level of the crypts?
The very bottom level.
Which is where your secret entrance takes you down to the bottom level where the storage room is, where the cells for prisoners are, and the torture chambers. And
I want to finish looking around there, see if I can find my old buddy, old pal.
You can. Oh my goodness.
Well, that's ominous.
It is ominous.
That doesn't bode well.
Very worrisome. It is. You search. Everybody is upstairs partying. They're reveling. They're having a lovely time. And as you sneak through this place, you see one of these cells is not empty. And you see Coleman. He is shackled to the wall with these very thick, heavy manacles that are bolted into the concrete. And, well, I see how it is. They want this to happen in the dark, apparently.
Moonlighting.
And he is barely awake. seems to be drifting in and out of consciousness. He's mumbling. He doesn't seem to know exactly what's happening, and he seems to be sweating profusely, uh,
Mm,
sort of red. He doesn't look
mm.
healthy. Um, he doesn't notice you yet, but he's stuck there. It's Coleman.
Um, I am going to do the same thing. I'm gonna wait in that vent for a little bit just to see if I hear any shuffling, if there's any guard patrols happening down here.
They seem to be all part of a really great party upstairs. He
That's
seems to
really
have gathered
concerning.
all of his people together for a lovely, lovely party. It sounds like there's just a lot of you can hear like weird shuffle dancing and singing and laughter, but all of it feels forced and strange.
Yeah. I am going to jump down, and I'm going to try and catch his attention, Coleman's attention.
Um,
Like, hey, Coleman.
it's not you. It's not you at all. No, it's not you. You were right,
Oh, this
though.
one is.
You're right. No,
What?
no, you're right. You were always right. You said there was something strange. You were right. And you can
Coleman,
see he's
get. Go ahead.
kind of he's not well. He's fighting something in his mind. He's not certain that you're real. He does not he looks terrible. He looks like he's sick, like he's been beaten. He looks feverish. He looks a little bit delusional. Um, and uh, uh, he's like, I knew there was something. That's why I came here. I came here. I came here. If you're going to want to talk to him at all to get any kind of sense out of him, you're going to have to use a push of some sort
Mm,
to get him to focus.
like the original one, the voice message.
Oh, that's a free
Would that be the
You could use that
interpersonal
one.
push?
Sure, if you wanted to, or you could use your actual push that you have. You don't have to use the problem if you don't want.
Like if I use the problem, it gets rid of it, right?
That's true. Or you could just, keep it.
But I'm not gonna deal. No, it's, if I'm gonna use a push, I might as well use a very hyper specific one. I'm gonna use
Fair.
this one.
That's fair. That's fair.
Everyone
How
say
do you-
goodbye to my very starting problem from episode
Well,
1.
We'll give you more.
Bye.
How do you get him to calm down so he can actually hear you?
Harry. The same way I call myself. Harry Coleman. MI6. Married to
Anne?
son. Anne.
Yes.
Children.
Yes.
Anthony and Darla. Oh,
Yes.
uh,
Yes. Harry Coleman. MI6. Married to Anne. Children. Anthony. Darla. Yes. Yes.
like, come on, Harry, come on. Come back.
You. What are you doing here?
Well, some poor sucker had to come get you, and the job fell to me.
You should go. It's not safe here. You.
I'm sorry to learn that it's not really safe for me anywhere.
Listen, they're vampires. They're real. I've... Listen. I've been compromised by the vampire. It's in my head.
Woman. Which one?
There's only one vampire here. Koschei.
Koschei?
He has a different name.
Hoping to... Oh.
But... that's what they call him. He's awake. It's nighttime. He's awake. If it were day, maybe you could get him while he was sleeping, but it's night. He's awake. He's holding court.
What does that mean, Harry? What does it mean that he's holding court?
He's mad. Something. And he's uncomfortable with these manacles. He's very old. He tried me dry of blood. Then he tried to feed me his blood to make me a vampire. He says, true vampires can each make a couple more lesser vampires. He wanted to make me a lesser vampire to control me forever. He said he needed someone. He needed vampires, lesser vampires. But of his own. But there's something wrong with him. It just made me sick. Just made me throw up. Didn't turn me into a vampire. I don't think he can make them. Something wrong with him. I think I've been infected by whatever's on this bloody island. Whatever biological problem it is. Burning up. But, he's trapped here, though. Can't get off. It's, not just the fluorodecalin, but there's equipment here that's run by some of these creatures of his. Keeps him alive, awake, or dead, or whatever it is he has. Vampire's trying to control me, and I don't know why. He spent the last 4 days torturing me, asking me questions about society, but like technology, how society works, who's in charge of things. I think he's trying to figure out what it's like, so he can maybe go out there and pass. He's trying to. He had a visit from another vampire. He said one of his line. I think a true vampire. They talked. I don't know what they said. He left. This other vampire, this. But something wrong with him. He thinks somehow that it's still like 1650 and he's some sort of duke or something. Sort of count or something like this. And he makes all those people up there act like they're knights and squires and ladies in waiting, and he controls them with his mind. He makes them dance reels and rounds. He's not well. He's injured. He's tries to get in my mind. I've held off as much as I could. But I'm sick. And I can't get out of these shackles. Some fixation. He has a key to the shackles, though. On him. He keeps it on him. His pockets. Yeah.
Everyone tells me not to get close to him. Why is that?
It's poisonous, I think. Or he'll just control you with his eyes. Oh, try. I've held off as much as I can, but he's in there sometimes, talking. He sleeps in the day. During the daytime, when he's asleep, all those creatures of his, they just run wild. They run wild. Dangerous.
In the daytime?
Yes. At night, he just controls them. Makes them do some strange puppet dance. I think that when he's asleep, they're free. But I think most of them have just been broken. There are very few left that can even talk. There's one that, his main scientist who does the work, turning the perfluorodecaline into something he can use. I don't think he can get sustenance from blood anymore by itself. I think that his body is too broken, too ruined. So I think he needs the drug to carry the blood into his system, I think. I think without it, I don't think he can actually gain sustenance from blood actually by itself.
What do you know of souls, Coleman?
Don't know anything about it.
He claims to be holding the soul of someone.
Yes. I heard him speaking about that once. He was saying that his line is more magical, he said. That he comes from a line of wizards, I guess. I don't know. Alchemists, magicians. He says that they have the power of magic. And that he can trap souls in jars as trophies to keep you. He says he has numerous jars, soul jars, he says, up in his court, in his throne room. And he says that he cannot make me a vampire, he'll make me his Bolotnik. He'll take my soul. I don't know if I believe any of that, though.
Well, someone who's working in this whole system does, and that's enough for me to try and stop it. Well, he's holding court now. In his courtroom. Does he sleep there?
No, he has I don't think so. But you might be able to, he's vain. He thinks of himself as a noble. You might be able to appeal to his vanity. Can you pick the lock? Can you get me out of here?
Can I pick the lock? Can I get him out of here?
Well, that's mechanics. A mechanics test.
Oh, look at that. It's right there.
10.
10? Okay.
If you don't have the key, it's a 10. These are very, very well-designed manacles. You can either get the key, which is on Koschei, or you can pick this lock.
Okay. Is there
I imagine if you get him when he's sleeping, you could probably pick the lock then, but he's currently awake.
Yes. He's currently awake. What time did I come in?
It's like, 'cause you had to come over there from that thing you do it during the day. It's nighttime now. It's probably like 9 or 10 o'clock at night.
It's early.
Yeah. And waiting is taking time, by the way.
Yeah.
That is bad times for you.
You don't have to tell me. I am going to I mean, am I ever gonna do another mechanics test? Mechanics tests are like this, picking locks.
Yep.
And other such activities like that, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes. Also, like, you know, any kind of mechanical situation. Yeah.
There's the thing, huh? He said,
It's a
well, he said something about other mechanisms that he used, that the thing that the Bolotniks do to keep him alive.
that there's some equipment that you saw that in the lab with the chlorofluorocarbon, that she must be using some kind of means to sort of fuse these things together so that he can actually get sustenance. It seems like he's probably too damaged to be able to actually drink blood and get sustenance from it without the cocktail.
Yeah, and he sleeps at night or during the day. Which would suggest to me that sunshine's probably not a good thing for him either. I am going to, oh my god, there's so many options I could do here and I don't know which one to go for.
There are many options. Yep.
Oh my god.
This is up to you. Right now, you've got your man, Harry, down here. You're with him. And upstairs is the court.
And the court is upstairs, as in like, so, okay.
His throne room, probably.
One floor up top, and then the lower decks, is it like a basement and only one floor up top?
One floor up top, everything else is probably destroyed. Right, so you've got one sort of floor that's functioning, and you've got this like bottom basement.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. How do I do this? How do I do this? What would be the best way to do this? If I get I get a contact.
By the way, traveling from Moscow to this place counts as taking time, so you can refresh all of your dice.
Oh, okay.
Which I think you only used fighting, but might be necessary.
I was gonna say, I will take it. Oh man, but if I get him out, that's a contact and I have his abilities.
Yes, that is correct.
That would be very helpful.
That is also correct. Yep.
And he looks like he has Botnik. I might get Botnik.
He looks like he's got that illness. If you can get him back to the doctor, the doctor can probably cure him. Yeah.
I am going to try and what if I were to cause how heavy are these? Like, could I cause like a minor boom? I mean, I guess it's all the same roll. It doesn't matter if I do it with explosives or not. It's still going to be a 10.
The other way is to get the key.
Yeah, the other way is to get the key, but to get the key, I would like Coleman, because then Coleman can help me with my plan if I can get Coleman. If I don't get Coleman, then I'm kind of fucked with my mechanics. Oh, this is so... Okay. It's a 10. I only have 2 dice. Oh, Coleman. Fuck. Coleman. God damn it, Coleman. Why do you have to be such a good friend? Fuck you, man. Okay. I want to keep that push. Okay. Oh, and if I don't
Pushes
get this,
don't
I get
give
a
extra
problem.
dice. They just get you extra info and stuff.
Yeah.
The only way you can get extra dice is if you had an edge that would get you an extra die, or if you could stunt in some way.
Yeah.
Like, this is a quick test, or you just steal the key. You can try.
Or just steal the key. Well, stealing the key is that's on him. I have to wait the night.
Yep.
You could spend the day. Oh fuck! He's so sick. What time does speaking to Coleman, what time does he come to torture you? In the morning?
No, he's sleeping in the morning. He comes, I don't know. Depends on when he's present psychologically. He often is distracted. He's not well. I don't even think he always knows what year it is, necessarily. Or when he is. I think he still thinks it's the 1700s.
Damn, that sucks. I am going to not to him. That's me. That's what I said.
Sometimes he asks me questions about countries that don't exist anymore and rulers that don't exist anymore. It's hard to understand him sometimes. He goes back and forth.
That makes sense. How long do you think you can hold out?
Me? Depends on if he comes to try to take me again. I'm trying to hold on. Harry Coleman, MI6. Anne, my wife. Anthony and Darla, my children. You, Loki. My best agent.
I tried to be.
And oh, he's hot. He's really feverish right now. And you can hear the laughter and the dancing.
I am... Oof, this is going to be a difficult one, old boy. This, these locks are nothing I've seen before. They're heavy. I'm looking at the locks, trying to like see what my success rate would be here. Do you last if I can go and steal the key?
I think I could. Will you be doing it tonight, though?
Yes.
Well, seems dangerous. At least try. Maybe I can help.
How close is he to me to the bars?
You can get in to the cell. They're not worried about
manacles.
Oh yeah, he's just manacled to the concrete wall. He just like the cell door is completely unlocked. That's not even a problem. Because he's not going anywhere. So, it's not super tight with a lot of locks here because, you know.
I do know. I am going to use my edge culture on him to try and counter his infection.
Oh. Okay. You're going to give him the antidote.
Yes.
Okay. And you give him this sort of like it's like a syrup, and he coughs it down. Ugh. And he's tired. He still sort of fades in and out of consciousness. You think that this will keep him alive. You weren't quite certain how much longer he'd live, but you think this will probably keep him alive as long as the vampire doesn't kill him. It'll take a little bit of time to kick in. It's not immediate, but it will help. It seems as if the doctor was able to cure himself, and that was not that long ago, so you feel like give him time.
There's a good chance.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll do my best. And I will attempt to take off these manacles, man. I
10.
I try. All right,
10.
first roll.
I want to give you something.
Nothing. I could try to stunt with this.
You could try to stunt. Would you like to try to stunt?
I would like to try to stunt.
What would you like to try to stunt with?
I'm trying to think of what would be best here. Like
I can tell you something that
Like,
Harry can do
oh,
after you
yeah, sure,
choose.
sure.
He has a relevant skill.
I was gonna say like maybe like either like an urban survival or streetwise with just a knowledge of all of these locks that I have had to learn over time. That I'm like maybe it was like a because man,
now I
people
will
use a
note
lot of weird shit to lock things.
you'll have to stunt with another general ability. So
Oh, general
by the
ability.
way,
Okay, so like this is a mechanics roll, right?
Yep, mechanics. I just made sure that all of your dice were refreshed because you hadn't refreshed them.
Oh, thank you.
So you're using mechanics, so you'd have to pick one of the other general abilities, which, by the way, for all of those of you watching, are athletics, conceal, cool, cover, driving, evasion, fighting, filch, infiltration, mechanics, medic, network, preparedness, sense trouble, shooting, and surveillance.
Maybe like an athletic, since I know it's a really heavy lock, and that's probably going to be the number one issue.
That's not good.
No,
I don't think that's a good one because it's like you're doing detailed work. I don't think athletics is good. I can see preparedness to say that you have like some good lock picks on you, or maybe infiltration because that's the art of getting in and out of places. I would say one of those two would probably be the best.
I think we'll do infiltration because that feels better. That feels like a better thing to try to stunt with, as opposed to preparedness.
Okay.
Because I wasn't very preparedness for a heavy manacle dungeon style lock.
Do you want to stunt now or after you roll your 2 dice?
I mean, is there a negative to not doing it now?
If you don't do it now, then you still have the skill. If you right, because if you don't need it, then right, because basically if you don't stunt now, you can stunt later if you need it. So if you don't need it, then you don't stunt. If you do stunt now, and that means you get the extra die, which means you might get an extra push. But you did. You did give Harry the antidote, the phage. So could you please turn over that contact card?
Sure. Where's my mouse? Found it. We have Harry Coleman, MI6 officer. You knew Harry when you were both at MI6. Whatever else you can say about him, he comes through in the end. Accounting, criminology, tradecraft, traffic analysis, infiltration 2, and shooting 2.
Which means he can give you a +2 on this roll.
Oh. It is still a 10. I don't feel comfortable hitting a 10 is my issue.
I know. I think this is you.
Stunt and I just take that +2. I think I'm going to need the stunt no matter what. So I'll choose it now as opposed to later.
Yep. So click the little stunt button and you lose all of your dice in infiltration.
Oh, it's over here.
Boop. And hit the X.
Right. X.
There you go.
Ah.
And also, since you're doing mechanics right now, please hit that first die on the character sheet for our mechanics. There you go. All right.
Got it. All right.
Go ahead. You have 3 dice and a +2. A 4. So you are beginning to try to pick this lock. Talk to me about that.
I'm going into, I'm not very confident with like the inner workings of this. There's locks that exist now that I feel very comfortable picking. I could do like just feeling it out.
Yes.
It's a quick boop, 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 boop.
Yes.
This one, as soon as I get the lock pick in and I start scraping along the edge to try and find the different turning mechanisms, it's very foreign to me. It is familiar in some ways. Yeah. It almost feels like, if I had to describe it, it's kind of like when you walk with extra gravity on you, like you just feel heavier and slower. And that's how I feel working on this manacle, Because not
Yeah.
only is it like taller than me, because if Harry is
Yeah.
having to be like this, I'm
Yeah.
having to be on like my tippy toes to try and
Yeah.
get
Yeah.
it done. So not only is it like a physical exertion, but
Yeah.
it just feels so heavy,
Yeah.
and slow. And I'm getting a feel for it. It's not totally foreign, but it's not
Mm-hmm.
feeling great, if that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah. You have 2 more dice.
All right.
A 3.
A 3.
That currently puts you at a 9. Because that's a
9.
4 plus the 3 is a 7. You get a +2 from Harry, who's giving you some. He's like, look for a heavier pin. If you can move it to the left. So you're at a 9 and you have 1 dice left. 1 die left.
All right. Yeah. And as he's mentioning that, I'm starting to get a feel for how heavy each pin is. And which way things turn. It's foreign, but not. But it turns out things haven't changed too much in a few centuries. And then, with Harry's help, we get a 5.
That's a 14. You describe to me how you get the lock open.
I'm starting to get a little fatigued. I'm taking this slower than maybe I would anything else. I'm getting fatigued holding things up. But in a moment, Harry helps like almost keep me up, keep my arms up as I get tired, as he can see me, as we are very close up and personal. He like physically helps me stand up despite his exhaustion. That plus his expertise, I'm able to feel out the last few pins, and then with a 1, 2, 3 crack, they open up.
And his hands come down, and like it's been terrible. And in that moment, you hear sounds. You hear the shuffling of these bolotnik. You're in the dark, and if you stay quiet, they move past you. Not really paying attention. Almost as if they are in some kind of trance. And you see these 2 bolotnik come past you, walk down. And then you hear them coming back, and you see them carrying this barrel of the Poufleur-Decalin, the one that was prepared, that one. And you see them carrying it back upstairs where the party continues.
And then we just sit there and we're holding our breaths as these guys shuffle on past. I poisoned those.
Oh, good job. We should maybe leave, right?
Hey, Harry, remember that time I told you about those souls out there? And you told me about the person who was working on the Poufleur-Decalin?
Yes.
That's my mom.
Should tell you. I was going to tell you that. I found evidence that your mother was still alive, sort of. But not exactly completely alive, but sorry.
It's okay. I also have a sister.
Oh.
She is being essentially blackmailed by Koschei with my mother. He's holding her soul. And as long as that soul is there, she has no choice but to do his bidding. And my mom will have no choice but to continue making this madman's medicine.
What are you going to do about it? And you know what he's thinking.
I want to blow a hole in the roof above the throne room. Project some sunlight in there. No. vampire myths and destroy all those vials of souls,
Well,
and then hopefully murder him.
all right. Let's do it. I say we can't explode it, but I say we go up there. You distract him, and then, well, as we just attack him then. I wish I had a gun.
I have a stake. Do you think that will help?
I don't know, actually. Not quite certain which vampire myths are true. Is that made out of rosewood?
What do they make brooms out of?
Just probably pine.
Then no.
Questionable. I don't know if that will actually work. It seems as if you would need something quite specific. I don't really know. I should probably learn about it, though, now. So, he is injured. Barely hanging on already, just sort of kept alive by these, well, all of this. Do you really want to go up there?
I mean, maybe give it a few while he drinks his poison tonic.
All right.
There are chemicals inside of the laboratory. Maybe there's something there we can whip up.
Maybe. He is somewhat, irradiated. I will note you have more than one gun because you got your store from Harry.
Oh, yeah. Oh, then I'll take out his gun. I'll be like, well, you don't, if that won't work, but what about your own gun? I did compromise your safe house. I apologize, but.
Oh, thank you. And you can tell that he's a little rough. All right. So, how do you want to do it? Do you want to just go guns blazing? Do you want to, have a distraction? What's your plan?
If he is as mad as you say, then I do not believe it'll be too difficult to rile him up, cause a distraction, and be able to attack him after his tonic. I'm a little concerned about the aftermath with all the shambling mounds around.
Yes, me too, actually. Yes. Well, I'm ready. And he sort of gets up. All right. You go in first, and I'll wait to the side. If he sees me, he knows something's up. All right?
All right. I mean, he knows I came here to see him, so he must be expecting me.
All right. I'll hang back, and, when the time is right, you say go, and I'll come shooting.
All right.
Or
Good luck,
we
old
could
friend.
just leave. Soul jars, right. I got it. Soul jars.
If nothing else, that's the first thing I'm aiming for.
All right. And
if all goes to shit, Harry, when I'm in there,
I'll
get
be right
out.
behind you. No. I never leave an agent behind.
Oh,
Never.
you fool.
Well, can I have some of that garlic? He says as you move up the stairwell.
Yeah.
And he's going to stay back in the stairwell. But what you see before you is what used to be a lab. But it is not that now. There is a huge throne built out of like boxes and chairs. And upon this throne sits the being known as Koschei. He is wearing what looks like a robe of some sort, but it's probably like medical uniform scrubs turned into some sort of robe. And he is Oh, um, there are parts of his body that seem to have been uh, lacerated. Um, there's, it's like he's got like a large chunk of part of it, like a huge gap in his body, as if something terrible happened hundreds of years ago, and his body's never been able to stitch those pieces back together. Um, he's uh, wearing a crown made of like a beaker, and uh, he's quite pale. Um, he's got like a piece of his jaw is missing. He is. He's got a scepter that seems to be made of like a broom, perhaps. And he's got like pieces of metal that seem to be like his plate of armor. It looks to you as if maybe he was in a battle in the 1600s and it did not go well for him, but being a vampire, he maybe can't die, but this is not great, whatever this is. And you can just see there's so much damage to his body. Like, just so much, like his neck is like half gashed open, and he just oozes the perfluorodecolon, and he's got the barrel next to him, which he's been sort of drinking from. And you can see all these bolotnik, and these bolotnik are all dressed right now as if it's the 16th century. And he is concentrating on them, and you can tell he's controlling them, and each of them they're going, ha 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 ha, and they're doing these weird court dances, these line dances, like moving in and bowing and out and bowing, and all of their eyes are in pain and sad as he's making them dance for him. And as you walk in, he smells you. And he goes, "Ah, welcome, Dame Loki, was I think they called you, or Sir Knight. Good night, Loki. You are honored guest." And behind him, there's a shelf with 6 jars. They look like beakers, you know, like the kind of like the big jars that you would like do work on, and they've got this weird, slightly blue, glowing sort of fog in them behind him on like a mantelpiece. "You are welcome to my court. Please do seat yourself at the table of honor." And he does this, and he just makes these gestures, like parts of his chest just open up and like close up as he moves, because he is someone cleaved him with a big sword, you're gonna guess. And he's still just there somehow. And like half of his face is just, maybe it was lost in an explosion. It looks like he's been through a few explosions, fires, and he just sort of like oozes. And he says, you are welcome to my court, Knight Loki. Bow before you take your seat at my table."
And I do like a very exaggerated like bow.
And this seems to please him greatly. He seems to be very excited by this. "I take it that you are here as an ambassador from my kinsman. This is an ambassador for now." And like again, it's just this weird, like, "You come from the court of, I smell it on you, the court of, ah, what is her name? What is her name? The new families, them. What news do you have of the court from afar?"
News from Koschei is
Yes, Koschei. Yes, that is the name.
that they have entered the country and are curious of meeting someone of the old line to show their
They
respect.
should respect me. And as he says that, like his neck sort of flips and he just like gets it back up.
Someone so powerful as yourself, of course. They have been busy in other realms, but now they are finally have the opportune to come and show their respect to the newly awoken.
Yes. I see. That is fair. The new line should always pay respects to the old line, the line of the dragon. Ugh. The upstarts. But if they are... And he gets it, and he has one of his Bolotnik refresh his goblet of like this weird mixture of perfluorodecolin and blood. He drinks it. And you can tell that he probably can't live very well without, because as he drinks it, it kind of tries to stitch things back together, right? But like he has been he's been here since the 80s and he's not better yet, but at least he's still going, I guess, for him. Yeah. So, what? You are announcing their arrival. When will they arrive in my court? When will they pay respects for the old line?
In a fortnight, travel is harsh this time of year.
Carriage? Are they going by carriage?
Yes. By carriage, yes.
See, yes. Where are they coming from? I want to know.
From the new world.
The
new
that
world.
Far?
Yes. Their problems are far. Someone who believed that they were more than they were. Yeah. And they had to stop that before it became an issue.
Yes. I see. Well, it is only time before I take my rightful place back at the courts, run my kingdom as I see fit. They have moved me from where I come from, but I will take this place. They... so stupid. So stupid. See, they thought they could control me. One of the only true vampires, of the true line of the dragon. Mortals cannot stand in the face of a true vampire. It only took a bit of time for me to bend all of their minds to mine. And now, I have my own court again. Yes. Look, there's dancing. There's singing. And as he does this, like little bits of his body fall off. Yes, it is the court of the Deathbringer. Tell Lady Asgardian, whichever of her lesser vampire kin who are traveling from the New World, that I am happy to receive them. Or please. And he gets his goblet refilled as he drinks. Yes.
And as he says this and he's drinking his next goblet, I say, of course. How would I address him? Like my king, my baron,
my lord,
count?
my lord,
my lord, my lord. Mm-hmm. Okay. I would say, of course, my lord. I will inform them in the moment. Although, if you would allow someone lesser to ask a question of yours, I have heard of your wonderful lineage, the line of the Deathbringer, and I have heard that there are magics your line does.
Indeed. You work for them, the new line. They are not strong and skilled with magics as we are, so of course you would not know about the wonders of alchemy and the mysteries of the arcane. They are weak, your line. They are younger. They have a charismatic leader, of course. That upstart. Yes. Yes. They think, with their newfangled ways, that they might be able to usurp us of the true line. But those young ones will never be able to beat us, as we have the gifts of magic. We know the old court, Merlin, all of that. They will never be able to. Well, they do not know the secrets of ancient alchemy. The magics that let you warp men's minds. Once we have you, well, we can do many things. You're too new, you don't know the old ways. They may understand carriages and motor cars, but they don't know magic.
I would like to use charm in high society.
Oh, yes.
To get him to when I start describing the magical items above him via the souls, I would like to use charm in high society to really like ham it up and be like, whoa, those are so cool. What do they do? Are those the magics? And just really like hit his ego pretty hard about that. So much so that maybe he feels inclined to bring it down and show me one.
You're going to have to use your last push for that, though.
I'll do it.
Okay, then. Yes, because those are the skills to use. Charm and high society are, if you had said something else, I would have said no, but those are the ones to use for him. And you use that last push, and he goes, yes. This there, you're looking at my soul jars, aren't you? Yes. They are very special. Not everyone can do that. Not your Lady Ascadi. She doesn't have the skill, or whatever other minions she might have. They don't know. They don't know at all. They do not have the power of undeath as we do. No. No. Yes, I am able to capture your soul and keep it in this jar. And with your soul ensnared, you will certainly never betray me. People can sometimes resist the blood, but if they know that if they die, they cease to exist forever, well, they are not likely to betray me then, are they? To get someone's soul is... Have you ever drunk a soul? No, you are not yet... Smell you, but you're not yet kin, so you haven't. It is glorious. Not strong enough to drink the souls, I can only capture them, but I will regain my power. Page, another goblet, please. Yes.
Like, of course, my lord. It is so impressive how that is a soul. And I'm looking at it, almost mesmerized by what I'm looking at.
Yes, that one there. I have 6 souls. 6.
How is it you control them? How do they stay here?
Magic. The arcane arts, there are rituals. I know the rituals, and I can therefore snatch your soul. And when he says snatch your soul, you can just see, like, part of his, like, flesh flop. And, like, the big gash. Yes. Yes. They are mine, just like all the peasants and vassals are mine. Like all living creatures will be mine when I grow my realm. Yes.
That is true power, my lord.
Yes.
The ability to control the soul
Yes.
and display them as trophies.
Yes. Indeed. Anyone who comes upon my court will know. They will know. All of them
It is.
in the Hungarian line, they will know my power. My control over not just bodies and life and death, but over your very soul. And you can see it seems like having a slightly hard time moving things about. He's exerting himself a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I am gonna placate him a little bit more as we continue talking, and then I'll say, now that no one would ever dare betray you, my lord.
No.
What if what if an event were to happen and one of them would fall off the shelf? Would you be able to just collect it? Like an item fall into the ground?
Well, they would not fall to the ground. I am too fast. But catch it.
Of course, my lord.
Yes. 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 They are protected, of course. I need another glass. Please. And his page, this grotesque Bolotnik, comes and refills his goblet. And he drinks it. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my line. We are much older, more powerful. And our leader is a true visionary. The ones you serve, Skadi and them, they follow. Child. Yes. They are not the true dragons, as we are. Even though they take the name, the upstart takes the name of the dragon. How dare they? Well, there is a truce between us, which is why you are safe here in this court. I would not harm you, as we are bound not to harm each other, even if they offend me.
Of course, my lord. I'm here
Yes.
to learn, along with send the message. It is not
Yes.
every day you stand before a true vampire.
Yes, of the original line. Original line.
The
We
original
made-
line, nonetheless.
Yes. We did the ritual, sacrifice to give ourselves everlasting life. Everyone else is just copy. Yes, now, what was the message? Oh, they're coming. I'll be glad to receive them. Tell them they are welcome in my court. Yes.
And
if that is all.
at this, I'm going to be, I'm going to do like a really long goodbye here.
Yes.
Really just like hamming it up. I'm going to look for a moment.
Wait. And as you make this goodbye, he makes all of his Bolotnik dance and bow to you and like make this like line. And they don't really seem happy about it, but they cannot do anything. Although you notice one or two of them seem to twitch a little oddly. And they're a little bit slower to react to his commands, his mental commands. They seem to be moving just a little, responding to his commands a little bit more slowly than they were before.
As I am hamming it up on this goodbye, I'm looking for the moment where he does a thing where he like goes away for a moment. I'm looking for that moment as I'm like, all right, you know.
Yes.
It's a true honor to meet somebody of the true line and blah 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 blah.
Yes. The house, the line, the order of the dragon. It is your honor indeed. Tell them good night. Slugeri. Are you there, Slugeri? I imagine you must be. I imagine you must be there, Slugeri. But you're weak still. I smell some of them on you, but not enough. That's perhaps because they are weak. Yes. Not like me. And you can see him trying to stitch and knit his body together, but it's not exactly working. And you can see the Bolotnik not falling out of synchronization. And you can see him just sort of, seems as if there might be something wrong with him. Something off, perhaps. Or maybe he's always this way. Or maybe he was poisoned with holy water. But it's really unclear. Yes. You are welcome. Well met. Good night. Loki, I think. Yes. Dance for me. And you can see the Bolotnik responding, but slow, and one or two of them don't dance as you are about to make your Midwestern undead goodbye.
I am, as he looks away for a moment. I'm going to take aim straight at one of the jars up above with the silencer on.
Yep.
And I'm going to shoot them in the line, essentially. Well, I'm going to start with one, and then we'll go as the fight goes on. And I'm going to hit it once to see what the bullet does before I call in Coleman. I'm going to try to take like a free shot while he's not paying attention.
We are now in a fight, my friend. This is the fight. Your number is 13.
Okay.
That is your number to advance. It's a 13. You have your full fighting dice. That means you have 2. Are you ready for... You may stunt with shooting, if you like, which would give you an extra die.
I mean,
if you like, there are extra problems you can choose to take later. You will be getting a +2 from Harry, who is an expert shot to this roll.
Yes.
And, well, let me ask you, you get a +4 to this roll as well.
So +4 in general?
No. You get a +2 from Harry and a +4 for having poisoned is Plurflurodecolin with holy water.
Oh, all right. Okay, so I have 6 then. And
you have a
I have to make it 13.
Yes. You can stunt with shooting if you like, but you don't have to. You can also wait till the end to see if you want to do that.
Yeah, I will try to do that.
You could also stunt with mechanics, I guess, if you had like some explosives on you. But right now you've got 2 dice and a +6 before you stunt
all right,
at all.
Let's try it. Try to hit that 13.
The first die roll. 4. Describe your shooting, because you have... This is where you have your the soul jars up on the mantle. So you may shoot them. Please go. Describe.
I I wait for the perfect moment of him being not looking at what I'm doing. And in one quick movement, I take out the gun I have in my back pocket and I aim it to the sky right above him. Because we've been looking at them long enough at this point.
Yes.
And that I know where they are for a quick draw. So I take out the gun and I pull it out and I immediately aim up. And don't even pay attention to him. I trust my timing.
Yeah.
Aim and shoot at one of the first jars.
And as you do, the jar explodes and a strange, weird blue flame erupts from it. And he goes, ah! And one of the Bolotnik goes, and the Bolotnik start looking. There's something going on with them. Something is not right. And one of them seems to come to a kind of a consciousness and perhaps break its hold or his hold on it.
Mm-hmm.
And he turns and he goes, Atreya, you have broken guest rights. For that you must die. And he sort of starts moving forward towards you, his strange torso like gaping open as he grabs a sword and he starts moving towards you. Roll your next die.
A 6.
A 6. That is a 6 plus a 4. That's a 10. Plus 2 because Harry is shooting with you. That's a 12.
12.
Plus 4 because you poisoned him. Please describe what happens next.
As I'm aiming up at the jars and he starts shambling towards me, and pulls out this sword, I immediately move down.
But his Bolotnik start, you can see that you see it in the corner of your eyes as you're beginning to move. His mental control over the Bolotnik seems to be deteriorating because of the holy water in the goblet that you gave him. It seems as if what you did not only is poisoning him, but it's making so that he cannot control his minions, and they start looking very angry. And the one whose eyes turned a different color the minute you broke that soul jar goes, kill him, as Harry comes out and starts shooting. And now what do you do as he's got this sword? It's a very big, huge two-handed sword, as a matter of fact.
I've been looking at this disgusting pile of flesh and bone for this entire time. So I look, so as I'm shoot the first jar, I watch the vapor go away, him outraged. I aim down, and instead of aiming at him, I aim at the arm that is holding the sword at the weak point that I clocked. Probably within the first 5 minutes of being here. And I aim at that to shoot through that tendon and through that bone enough that they cannot, the body cannot hold up that arm.
No, it cannot. And as you shoot, the arm sort of like collapses and falls down. And he's like, ah! And he grabs this two-handed sword, but he only has one hand and only half a torso. And he keeps coming at you. And he comes at you and he's swinging at you. And then the Bolotnik are coming, surging forward to try to come and get this man who has imprisoned them. And there are 3 jars left. Harry hits one. There are 2 jars left. What do you do as he is shambling and falling to pieces?
As the Bolotnik, as I hear them shamble faster than I've heard them shamble this entire time I'm here, even while dancing, I've not heard this kind of purpose in their steps. I know there's a lot of them behind me. I clocked a lot of them, but I didn't take a huge count of how many there were. So as they shamble forward, I assume there's a lot of them. So I'm going to try and get out from this dog pile. So get out from under them, and back up and go to aim for the next vial.
And you hit it. And as they crumple on him and he's trying to get out, and you shoot the last vial and you can see them ripping parts of his body apart just with these feral claws. And he is like just barely conscious of what's happening. He's not dead yet, but they just keep ripping parts of his body apart, piece by piece by piece by piece, tendon and sinew and bit of muscle and flesh, until there will be nothing left of him. He can't move. You disabled him, and the people that he imprisoned will dismantle him.
And I just finished, and I finished shooting the last vial.
You may discard 1 shadow problem.
Um, the zombie minions, I feel, would be an appropriate one here.
Yes. 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 But that's not a shadow problem. That's just a regular problem. That'll go away at the
That's
end.
a vampire problem. Okay,
Mhm.
well, I only have one shadow problem then. Get rid of that scent of magnolia and blood.
I will delete it for you because I think it's a little bit special. You
Thank
are no
you.
longer marked and easily smelled by them.
And so, as
yeah.
I finish shooting that last vial, I back up towards the entrance where Harry has rushed in.
Moved.
Or probably stopped after watching this this carnage ahead of us.
Yeah.
And like I do the thing, you know, it's one of those silent things where I just hit him and it's like, let's get out of here.
And as you begin to
move
towards the door, the Bolotnik start to turn towards you. And as you make it out, you've got to make it to the shore where the boat is. But these Bolotnik start coming towards you. You have to make an evasion test to get out.
Gotcha.
10 is your number.
10.
You need to get out of this island before they can get you.
All right. And I could choose to use an edge card whenever, right?
That is correct. Before or after, whenever
so
you
I
want.
have to hit with evasion. I have both of those. Okay. First roll.
A 3.
A 3.
The first roll is a 3. You need a 10. You are moving through this island and you can hear, first off, the ones that are in the castle, the lab, are still ripping apart the body bit by bit. And they couldn't have done it had you not freed them from this.
Yeah.
But the 6 whose souls that you saved are coherent, but the rest of them are feral.
Yeah.
And they just want to eat your brains. And they are coming after you. You have another die.
At least one. All right. I will be using that edge card probably. Because I can't hit a 10. A 4.
That's a 7. Describe the next leg of your journey as they're coming forward.
As we get out, it's dark out. And I'm going to pretend that Russia is also kind of like Scotland, where it gets foggy over the water, especially on this little island.
Sure. But it's probably chemical fog, but don't worry about it.
It's a little foggy around, so I'm having a little bit of trouble spotting, especially since I didn't walk in this way, where exactly the boat is that I left, that my mom brought in. And so I look over, and I look around, and just as I start hearing the grrrs behind me, I spot it, and I point it out to Harry, and we just start running in that direction.
So you've rolled your 2 dice and you don't have enough to advance. Would you like to use any edges?
Yes.
Would you?
I would
like an extra problem.
Well,
I mean, there is a way to get an extra die.
There is. I just need to hold on. I'm just reading my my things.
I mean, you do have these things can die, which will give you an extra die, which you can use at any moment, since you're dealing with these zombies, the zombies. That could certainly do it for you. You could also ditch Harry, and that will give you an extra die.
Okay. Well, I'm going to use these things
Just
can
saying.
die
Okay,
in an attempt to get out. We're at a 7. All right, dice. Let's see what you do for me. Okay, that's just rude.
A 9.
That's
Please
a 9.
get rid of the these things can die.
Will do.
Tell me about this next leg, and I will note that there are options for you to get other dice.
All right. So in this next leg, this place, as you said, it's overgrown. It's gnarled. It's also an island that was wrecked by a chemical explosion. This is not even ground. This is not even muddy ground. This is some sort of other option. And as we're running, through Harry and I past. We couldn't see it before. It's not exactly quicksand, but it does have that
marsh.
loaminess. Yeah, that loaminess that when you step in, it's something that sucks the shoe right off of your foot. And we reached that point close to the to our goal. We can see
So
the
close.
boat. It's in reach.
So close.
But we both are struggling to get out of this loamy mud.
Would you like another die?
I would like another die.
Here's how you can get it.
Okay.
I mean, there's always stunting. You can always stunt. But you have the choice to get an extra die by throwing Harry under the bus and letting them eat him. Then you could get an extra die for that. That's one of the best things about having your allies with you. You can throw them under the bus and let them die in terrible ways for an extra die. Or you can take an extra problem that you are disarmed and that you lose your weapon.
Or I can stunt is the other thing you said. I can still stunt after all of this?
You can stunt. As long as you have a skill that you can stunt with.
Can I? Well, you tell me which one you think would be more accurate.
Give me an offer.
It is Harry and I struggling to get out of here together. So it's one of those. Harry won't leave another agent behind.
That is
correct. At this point, I'm unwilling to leave him behind either.
Okay.
And not after he's helped me save his mom. So I want us to work together to pull each other out, as one of us gets out first and the other one pulls the other one out second. As we make this final jump into the boat. Do you think athletics or evasion would be cooler in that situation?
Well,
from evading the launching?
This is an evasion test right now, so you can't stunt evasion since it's the skill. So athletics.
So athletics then. So athletics of just
this is full.
Harry.
Yeah.
Harry is the one who gets unstuck first. His clothing a little less tight than mine. If he even has shoes, to be honest with you, I don't even know.
Not much.
So he was able to pull out first, despite his issues and his weakness. Hopefully that that antidote is working well for my guy. And as he pulls out, he has this moment where he looks at the boat, looks at the Bolotnik coming, and then looking at me, still struggling. He holds out his arm, and I grab on with both, and together, he pulls me out of this suction cup, essentially, and we both fall backwards and scramble backwards until we feel the boat.
Roll your last die. Six.
We feel for that boat behind us, scrambling backwards. At this point, going vision or feel, it's all the same at this point. We feel it. Harry feels the one side to try and jump in. I end up on the side with the start. I grab the starter pole thing and I go brr, brr, and as I try to get in them, it goes brr, and I hold on to the side.
Yeah.
And I tell Harry, go! I'm holding on to the edge of the boat as we just start. Harry just starts taking us out of there until we're somewhere near the middle, and he pulls me up.
And you escape. You escape the island. And all is, I would say all is well, but I have to keep the music still going, so I'm afraid it's not all just well yet. As you approach the lakeshore in this boat, you and Harry together, after what that was, and there's you can hear a bit of an explosion as that sort of time trap that you made with that last barrel sort of hits and something goes up, right? So there's fire there now. You feel like you've won and all is good. Except that as you approach the lakeshore, you see an unfamiliar car parked by the boathouse. And you see as you're crossing the poisoned water. Olga Agrapova. And she is standing over Nina Roskova, who is on the ground. Unconscious or dead, you don't know. She seems very pale, deathly pale, as she stands there waiting for you, with a gun in her hand, which she points at you. And she says simply, Lady Escadi sent me. The mistress wishes to know what became of her cousin. What is happening on the island? What has happened to Koschei?
She's pointing it at me.
She has a gun, and she's pointing at you. Yeah. She also doesn't look healthy. Just gonna note that one. Doesn't look healthy. Because the last time you remember, you killed her, and also injected her full of heroin, dumped her body in an alley where she might be found, and she doesn't look great. What am I gonna say? You killed her, so you don't know what that is. But there she is, and she's pointing a gun at you.
Still in the lake, still in the boat.
You've hit the edge. Like sure. You and Coleman are on the boat, but then the boat has hit the shore.
Okay. I am. Sorry, I didn't mark any of these off. So I did shooting. I did infiltration. Invasion was the last one.
I did not do shooting. You did. You used fighting for that, and you did not stunt shooting. I paid attention. Okay. I was like, oh, you could have stunted shooting, but you didn't because you didn't need to. Right. But you made that. That was a fighting test, so you still have shooting full up, as a matter of fact.
All right. So as she is aiming at me, and she asks me, how would you describe her demeanor? Is like crazed eyes? Is it calm, cool, collected, aside from the fact that she's obviously not doing well? What would like a notice tell me there, or a...
She looks to you to be a little drunk on power. She seems more powerful than before. She would have to have been to take out Nina, because Nina is a professional agent, and you've met this woman before, and she was not. So she must have some sort of, whatever they did to her, those vampires, they gave her power. And she seems to be drunk on it. She also hates you and is really wanting to murder you real bad, but it seems as if she has been given orders to get info from you first. Because you were on that island. And she does not feel to you to be a completely free agent. She's not being puppeted, but she's all in. Whatever this process is, whatever they did to her, seems to make you quite loyal.
Okay, so what did I do to Koschei? I am...
She wants to know?
Going to say, as we go forward, she hates me. So I am going to, I'm going to use... Could I use intimidation and reassurance in a way of using the same buttons I pushed before when I was interrogating her?
Yeah.
And then reassurance about what I'm about to tell her about what's his face? Koschei.
Say what you're gonna say. I'm ready.
And I will say I'm trying to get her attention fully on me. So Harry can start moving. And with my end goal to shoot her. So I am going to I'm gonna be like, oh, well, I see that they did not leave you dead like a dog on the street. I guess those night wolves were looking for you for a good reason, no? I almost did you a favor.
You've done me no favors. Tell me, what happened to Koschei? Is he
Is
alive
this
in there?
not your end goal? Become one of theirs and then be able to speak to hierarchy? Like the line of the dragon back there? Deathbringer?
Tell me, what are the secrets of the island? Before I kill you.
Oh, the secrets of the island. Wow. Oof. Where do I start? Well, first of all, you remember we spoke about it, the Bolotnik? Those are real, turns out. A lot of them. He does things with Bolotnik, I guess. That is his thing. He grabs their souls and then he controls them like puppets.
And you can tell she just wants to kill you. She just wants to shoot you. But she needs to know.
So we have that.
And
we have
Harry's
the
moving
Bolotnik.
to the side.
We then, oh gosh, what then? Oh, then we saw a lot of the laboratory stuff. They had the, what did the doctor, Declan?
Tell me what happened with Koschei. Is he still alive?
He had a lot of those. He was using that to stay alive. That he was mixing it with blood. That is how he kept his form.
And you can see that Nina is on the ground bleeding from the back of the head.
And,
she was probably shot or injured in some way.
Oh, yes. And then, he invited me to the court, Koschei. Yes. He welcomed me as an ambassador for Lady Escati.
What are you talking about? By the way, your number for shooting is 9.
9? Okay.
9. And you have not shot yet. You have not used that skill, so you have still both of your dice. And since Harry Coleman has shooting too, you get a +2 to this roll.
All right. And it's like, oh, yes. Yes. He invited me to his court for Lady Escati because I had the smell on me. I'm sure you smelled it. I smelled it on you.
Just tell me, is he alive?
Oh, you thought you were special. You thought you were the only one. That is cute.
I am the... And you can tell she just wants to kill you, but she can't kill you until she finds out what happened to Koschei, because she's been given orders by Lady Escati to find out what happened, and she just wants to kill you so bad. You can tell that she's distracted. She's just vibrating with rage. She just
as soon as she takes like a hard blink or something to like keep herself in control.
Yep.
As soon as she does it, I pull out the gun again. Not really. Yeah, I pull out the gun again. I point it at her.
Roll your first die.
And I shoot.
Roll your first die. A 3.
Oh, I don't have this up.
Okay.
3.
This is you.
So we're at a 5.
This is you. What's the word? Distracting her, right? Winding her up.
Yes.
Your second die.
It's a lot of fun, actually.
Oh, she's so mad, and you can tell that she's got like her muscles are harder. Like clearly there is power. That's a 7 out of 9.
That's on that 4.
So you need a 9 to advance.
I do.
And you only have a 7. There are ways to get extra dice if you like. There's one way.
There's one way. A problem?
There's only one way. Nope. A sacrifice.
Oh.
You can sacrifice one of 2 people.
Nina or Coleman, eh?
No. Coleman.
Me?
Or your mother.
Coleman or my mother?
Yep.
My mother as in the person, or my mother as her soul?
Her soul has been freed, but she's still around, and she is not far from here. Someone is going to get in the way to try to help you out, and that person is going to die. If you want an extra die.
That's very sad.
Or
that's wildly sad.
I know. It's up to you.
It'll probably be more poetic.
Yeah.
If it's my mom.
Take the extra die. You're currently at a 7 and you need a 9 to advance.
Because it's for both of us, right?
Yeah.
I need a what to advance? A 2?
You need a 9 and you have a 7. So you need to roll
so
a 2 or higher.
Oh, come on, dice, please.
A 1. And so, this is a hold, not an advance. You missed the advance by 1. You pull the gun out. And as you shoot, she dodges to the side. You miss. She turns her gun on you, and she smiles. She dodged in a way that was far faster than normal humans can dodge. It was an inhuman speed that you are not prepared for at all. That's the only reason why you missed, because that was not a normal level of speed. And she turns to you, and with this evil smile, she says, well, I guess I don't have to know after all. Such a pity. And she begins, and everything slows down to slow motion. She begins to pull the trigger. And as she begins, and she dodged to the right, closer to the shore of the lake. And as she begins to pull the trigger, your mother emerges up out of the water and moves right in front of her. And the shot goes, and it hits your mother right between the eyes. And she falls. She took the bullet for you so that you would live. But you have the chance to take that last shot to get her, because that was distracting.
Yeah, just a little bit.
So tell me how you finish her off.
Oh man, how do I do it? Okay, so we were there. I turn, like you said, it's slow motion. My head leading before my gun, because she's faster than I thought. So my tracking is for a normal person, not this person. So as my shot is aiming, my head looks first and sees this shambling mound come out of the water, this Bolotnik, and block the shot. And there's only one Bolotnik that would do that. Yeah. And so as her body falls and she is distracted on the ground, not in a good position, I look at her and I say, it is a shame, and I shoot her.
And there, with that shot ringing out, you are with Harry at this car that clearly belonged to her. And your mother, her corpse rotting, lies, dying. And she just looks up at you with her last few moments. She smiles. She says simply, I love you, both. As she fades.
And she says that the both at the end of her sentence is almost like a shot of adrenaline back into her as she turns around and looks at Nina on the ground and goes to see what is wrong. Is she okay?
She has been shot by Olga, who, by the way, clearly is not a vampire, but it seems to you that vampires can bring, if they catch somebody, maybe if they haven't been dead too long, they might be able to feed them with blood and bring them back as some sort of servant or minion of some sort. Get more powers if you do that, but like, she's alive. She needs to go to the hospital.
And
or she needs medical help. It may not be a hospital, you know.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell Harry, I don't know. Oh, well, maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna tell Harry to get in the car and to drive, and I'm going to get in the back with Nina, trying to stem the bleeding
Yeah.
as much as I can.
Yeah.
And I took the glasses from their realm.
Yeah.
I want to try and take Nina with me to his realm.
Okay. You concentrate. And you find yourself in his office, but then you're not. You're still there, but you hear his voice in your ear. And he says, You called me? Put on my glasses.
And I find them wherever they may be, and I put them on.
Oh, this looks terrible. You're going to need to make a medic check at 9, by the way.
At 9. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And my intention here is just to help, not to not anything else. So a 9, I have both my medics at this point. So a 9. Let's see.
It's a 3. Please note you're getting
+2?
a +2 from the doctor as he talks you through the process of trying to stop what is a very, very bad neck wound. Very bad neck wound.
Then I will do the second one. A 4. 7.
+2 is 9.
2, 9.
You can just hear him in your voice as you're wearing his reading glasses. It's like he can see through your eyes, and he's like, "No, to the left. Just to the left. You have to. That's some arterial bleeding. We're going to need some kind of pressure." And he talks you through what is actually a little bit more advanced medical than just first aid to help you get her stabilized. You succeeded at that role. And she had a bunch of injury cards which you're able to counter. As you keep her alive, she would have died. And you have that weird feeling of the doctor seeing through your eyes, and you know it. But you kept her alive. You may turn over that contact card if you like.
Ooh, not remove. Flip card. Nina Roshkova, FSB, your counterpart in Moscow. Cop talk criminology, electronic surveillance, tradecraft, streetwise, vampirology, surveillance too. Okay, Nina.
And so,
I see you.
this is now the aftermath, for we are ending. I will ask you the following. As you come back, get her stabilized so that she will be able to recover, freed. Your mother sacrificing herself to make an opening so that you could kill this minion. I will ask you. Nina will probably go back to make sure that if Koschei's alive, which is probably not possible actually, without any of his body parts connected to any other body parts, she will cover that up. It seemed to you that Lady Ascati probably wanted to control Koschei. That's very powerful indeed. Very powerful. Coleman, having survived, is able to expose Linklaith's schemes and connections with Hestridge. He can, and with your help, he can be he's given good graces back in MI6. And that means that you have a mole in MI6 who will help you out and give you information that you might not otherwise get access to. Linklaith, Hestridge, does not work out for them. Does not work out for them at all.
Oh,
They're recalled back to London, and then nobody ever really hears from them again. Tell me. We have, at this moment, your zombie minions, that card goes away. That card's out of here. You did not
get out of
need your
here.
unshakable because you are good. Anything that is not continuity, you will get rid of. Your contacts you keep. But all the rest of those things go. And tell me, where do we find you? In about... Tell me how you end up this moment, this space, and where do we find you next? What do you do? Thinking about what you have left in your hand. I have a present for everybody, by the way.
Oh. Seeing everything I have in hand, I am...
Tell me where we find Loki. At this moment, I imagine, let's say it's like a couple of weeks later, you've gotten Morozov out of the country. Give us your wrap up, your aftermath. And then I will give you your post-credits tag.
After my goodbye with Nina, she gets my number, and I have hers, so we can continue to communicate as we do. And how do I do this? What would be the cooler thing to do? I think you know what? ¿Por qué no los dos?
See?
I don't want to stick around Nina for too long because she is FSB and I am MI6.
Yes, it's a little dangerous.
I don't want her to be compromised in any single way, even if MI6 and I are a little off and on again.
By the way, that the Watcher, that one, you can keep that one because it's tied to the Doctor. So that one you can keep for your next adventure.
Okay. Oh, okay. So I am going to and get the rest of the money out of the account before I get out. And with a link lathe and all of that, I'm sure it won't be too hard to get the rest of that money out of the account. I take that money and I head to I leave pretty quickly out of Russia. I don't want to stay there longer than I have to because not only because of Nina, but because I know that the blonde, the House of Biscotti or whatever it is, are there. So I want to get out as soon as I can. And so I take a connecting flight. Well, it's connecting, but I go somewhere and then I buy another ticket that will then take me to actually where I want to go. And where I want to go is to the Caribbean. Specifically where my friend
Your vet
is.
friend, Jade, yes.
My jet friend, Jade. I'm going to go there. And I want to cash in my favor with MI6 to clear my name of the apartment fire.
Yes. Yes. Get rid of your favor from Foxhole Cross. Your name is cleared, you have no criminal record, and no one is looking for you. But I will tell you, it takes a bit of time. You know from Harry that you find out from him that it was not MI6 that did that. They did not set you up. Someone else did. They don't know who, so it took some time to clear your name, but they did. They are MI6 after all. They can do that. You are not wanted.
I'll give you 3 guesses as to who it was, who did it. And so
you're gonna guess right.
I end up in the Caribbean in the last probably the last 2 days of
Mm.
her vacation. I can't remember how long I said her vacation was.
Like
If it was 1 or 2
weeks
weeks.
or 2-3 weeks.
2
Yeah, it might have
weeks.
been a whole month.
So I end up there for the second half of her trip. And I show up in my vacation wear. I show up and I'm just like, hello. And
she is overjoyed to see you. Surprised, but overjoyed to see you. And she's like wearing board shorts and like her. She's not wearing like a bikini. She's wearing like board shorts and like what looks basically like a sports bra. And she's got like a hat and like a big Mai Tai. And she's got like a crossword puzzle book. One of those like puzzle books that's got like crossword puzzles and cryptograms and Sudoku. And she's sitting there and she just is overjoyed to see you. She pops up and she gives this big, huge hug. Oh, I didn't expect to see you at all. Oh, you must come to dinner with me. Are you staying?
Of course. I am. There was a mix-up with the happening. I'll tell you later about my apartment. And either way, I was given temporary leave and I decided, you know what? I know someone who has been badgering me to go on vacation, and well, why not join them? Wow. And I bring out the
game
Twilight
Imperium. Oh
yeah, Twilight Imperium.
She is like, I can't believe you brought that with you on your luggage. It's so heavy. Well, let's go. And she just puts the Mai Tai down. She grabs she has like a little shish kebab, and she's like, we'll find a table. And she's going to set up this game, which is like a game that takes 12 hours, sometimes more. It is like a long-term game. And she's setting everything up, and you can tell she is so overjoyed to have you, her good friend here, to play this game with her. And she is just, and she looks at you with this sort of slightly shy smile. You read people well. You think she has a crush on you. And she's not made her move yet because she's a vet and she just hasn't, she'll get there. She just hasn't made her move yet. She's making her move. The move is that we're going to play a 12-hour board game. That's like the first part of the move. It's the board game part is the first part of the move. And she's just a little nervous. She's so excited. And you now are having, I think, all is right with the world. And I suppose we could end our game there. Oh, I'm so sorry. Wait, we can't end it there. Because there's a buzz on your phone. Your burner secret encrypted phone.
And as I wait the hour and a half for her next move, Jade's next move in this game, I look at my phone and I read who sent me a message.
I sent you a message in Discord, and I'm right now going to air this message for all of you in chat. Everyone in chat, please enjoy the message that Loki gets on her encrypted phone.
This is Archangel. If I'm right, this is being seen by Loki. At least I hope it's being seen. I feel like I'm being jammed. I'm another patient of the doc, a recent patient in the last year. You have been very hard to find, which only makes sense for an expert at staying undercover. But we need to talk. We both know vampires are real, and very few of us can stop them. Meet me in Paris at the Chat Noir Cabaret, noon, Bastille Day. I'm gathering the season.
We are back whenever you're finished.
That's so good. I get that message. I see it's a video, and I say, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break while you finish up your move.
Oh, yes, of course. I still have to figure out exactly where I want to put my forces here, because I feel like you're so good at tactics. I'm so impressed. I knew this would be the best vacation of my life.
I give her an easy smile as I head casually into the bathroom, and I turn on the phone and I listen to I watch it first, no audio, to see if there's anything of interest there aside from it being jammed. And then I play it up against my ear where only I would be able to hear it. I hear the date. I think about where I am. And I send to Hawaii, whatever the fuck I said, to the message.
You're the Caribbean. Yeah.
To the Caribbean. No, I mean, I say, or the code message.
Yes.
It is me that's receiving this. I send that, and I close out of it. I delete the message, and I put the phone back in my or no, you know what? It'll be funnier. It'll be better this way. The camera zooms in on this little phone. Imagine like a little Nokia. This is like actual burner phone. It's just a little more advanced. And I open up the calendar and I flip through the dates until I see what day Bastille Day will be. I look at that, and I just make a thing, no message, just so a color pops up. I close it, put it in my pocket, and then walk back out. And I say, all right, are you done now, or can I go get us some drinks?
Drinks first, and then it's your turn. I just have to figure out exactly how to get out of this trap you've laid.
I'll look at the camera and I'll wink, and I'll let it pull away.
And that is the end of The Deniable Woman. Seasons of Death, Spring. It was, thank you for the long one, but we did it. My goodness. Oh my goodness.
I'm so sorry.
No, don't apologize. I was on the edge of my seat. So, here's what's what. I'm going to have my dearest PB Plays Inside say who you are, where we can find you. Normally I say give some love, but just say one of your favorite moments and tell us what your character, by the way, you're not girlfriend vet still doesn't know your real name, but I'm sure that's fine. And I wouldn't even worry about it. I'm sure that will just work out super well. And she's happy at the moment, at least. Yeah. Say what a favorite moment, say what you're thinking, and go.
Hi, I am PB from @PBPlaysInside, where you can find me over on twitch.tv and also Bluesky. That's where I spend most of my time, at least. By golly, what a game, huh? What started off with interrogating people,
murder,
into to a little bit of murder, finding out that my parents weren't Russian vampire spies the entire time, and that my mom was not a thrall if she wasn't a vampire guy. You know, undead kind of sucks, but or like a bolotnik, but you know, she got her happy ending at the end. She saved her daughters, and I think that's what she cared about the most. The guy is torn into pieces by his own creation, so like fuck that guy. And Olga died finally at long last. Shout out to Olga.
You killed her.
Being the worst. They killed her. She was not a great person.
She was not a great person.
We somehow were able to get Morozov. I didn't think it was gonna make it there for a while. I'm very glad I saved a lot of my edge cards for this last one.
You use almost all of them. Hey, I'm gonna show chat. This is what our agent has left. Our agent had this massive, huge board and is now just down to that's it. That's all.
Yeah. That's what we got. You know, if you have them, use them. I did not know whether or not I was gonna die. Didn't know. I had no idea at the end. I saw what edges I had left and I thought I had a good chance, but I also was totally willing to die because I set up my sister to be a really cool other character I could play for anything in the future.
You did.
So if I died, she could carry us on. She didn't though. We saved her thanks to the doctor and his glasses. Which was an amazing just because it was, oh my god, I was so curious whether or not I would be able to bring things in or out of his realm. And it's good to know that he can give me some things. And I had a wildly sad thought when I learned about those glasses, but it's fine. I'm sure it wouldn't be a devastating thing.
Oh yeah, it's not easy to bring things in and out, right? That took a lot of effort on his part.
Yeah, of which I'll forever be grateful, as if I wasn't already. I definitely visit him. Probably sometime at night when I'm alone and supposed to be asleep. Probably a time where I can't actually sleep. Because boy, oh boy, was that a traumatic couple of days. Literally a couple of days. I mean, the first few were just spy work. The first ones were just like figuring out what's happening. There was some weird stuff. But like I've been being gaslit for a year, so like it's not that weird. The last 2 days though, the zombie into the vampires, that was harsh. But by golly, this was such a fun game. I look forward to playing with Trooper. You're such a fun person to play with. I can come out with some crazy idea and you just come back and springboard your solution to that so fast. And it's such a fun thing to play off of. The energy is amazing. And it was a 7-hour show and there were so many just standout moments between us that I adored, from you letting me interrogate you for like 2 hours to to the emotional beats between my sister and I, to which I will tell chat, I wrote a letter, a cover letter to my sister.
I'll put it on Patreon.
Yesterday. Yeah, I did it yesterday. And I have a cover letter that is a letter to her in so many words, in case she didn't know how to do ciphers. And then in that letter that I have written out with some markings on it, a fake cipher exists to Crime and Punishment, which is what the second letter was actually something she had to decipher herself, which I also wrote out for Trooper to read. And that is why I told her read the letter first, because a lot of what I wanted to say was in that, and I feel like it would be easier for her to hear from there and easier on my soul, because I'm such a crybaby. So like I needed her to it's easier for me to have it written than me trying to sob through it. But
I think it's unfair that like you're not reading it out to them out loud.
I mean, I could read it to them out loud. Hey chat, do you want me to read it to you out loud? I will. I'll find it.
I mean,
I got it somewhere.
I've got it right here too, because I need these things, obviously. I feel like maybe chat might want to hear it.
Well, our first letter starts out with, cousin, I thank you for lending your ear when I moaned to you about my fiancé the other night. We have not been close in this life. Distance and work have kept us apart. We do not owe each other anything, and yet you listened when no one else would. The advice you offered led me to better see that the issues between my beloved and I are real. I have yet to converse and clear the issues between us, but I await Mother's return before I begin. As you mentioned, it is smarter to have a plan if the conversation does not go well. I am preparing, but it will hurt me the most. I still babble, even in a letter. I await this letter. I await this letter finds you well, and the woes with your own love life are less depressing. Your cousin, Kira Veles. And then we have like the
nice mysterious markings on that letter. Go on.
Which you can find over on the Patreon. So we have the real letter. Sister, this situation is anything but expected. My eyes have been opened to many new truths of our world. Despite it all, I still hold what we've been trained to hold on to, though it appears there are some amendments to be made. I do not begrudge you, and I would not blame you if you begrudge me, As of this moment, I am unaware of the results of our next encounter, but do know I do not begrudge our differences, nor your alliances. We live a life that has been void of choice. Our actions past this revelation are what matter. Though I'm not certain, even then I would be upset. By all rights, we are enemies, but I do not feel that in my heart. Maybe that makes me a fool. I know now why our parents fled Russia, why they never told me of their other life. I've spoken to their old friend. The projects they were involved in were larger than them. I'm sure you've guessed by now as you've been asking questions too. If I enter and don't leave, I am made an abomination. Mourn my first death, but feel nothing for my second death. I was dead before you found me. If I am alive when I leave, and I am afforded one more pass in professional courtesy, do know I will find my so-called fiancé, and I will end him. My life was disrupted from birth. I'm uncertain if he or his kind had influence in that, but his part in destroying my well-curated reputation is sin enough. Any more reason will only make his second death that much sweeter. I will allow myself a moment to lament a life lost. I do believe we would have lived a normal life, even if circumstances would have allowed it, but I would like to think we would have caused nothing but mayhem. A warning and an inconvenience. I did not mean to cause this with my mission, but the consequences of our resemblance, my face, will be known to the army of death. They hold a hierarchy of their own while infiltrating our own. My theories of a new terrorist group were only slightly off the mark. They aren't new. If the undead in charge truly does hold our mother and I do not return alive, I don't know what that will mean for you. If you become a target and have no attachments, go where you suggested and regroup. Their plans are their own, and we are nothing but pieces to be sacrificed. Prepare because safety will elude you. The mother and father I knew died in a crash when I was a teenager. If someone now claims to be our parents, well, I need to see for myself. They loved me, and they loved you. They always felt sad and at times distant. They loved me, but it is clear now that they mourned. They tried, but you would be unsafe if they had succeeded. I recognize begrudgingly that I am the younger of us, but that does not mean I have not lived a life worthy of wisdom. I have heard tales of you, not all flattering, and mostly of your dry personality. It's okay. I have enough for both of us. However, we both have held our careers over everything else. Maybe it is our losses in early life that have led us to avoid attachments, however. If I were to regret one thing, if I were not to return to this light tonight, it is this. We are allowed to be cared for by those who chose us. Do not sit in fear that our life will also be the same that takes it. Prepare them. Don't avoid them. I do not know you, nor you I. In the light, I would like to.
My friends, this is the kind of player that I get to play with in my greatest honor. It is amazing. And so I have to read out. We got some tips and bits, and I would like to read them out because your tips and bits always help all the things go. So we got 1.5 thousand bits, 1,500 bits from
Ooh.
Time of Gifts. Thank you. But with no message. I suspect that perhaps vampires were involved. We got 500 bits from Hawkeye with it. Here it is. The spy from on high, the operative on the positive, the agent beyond the regent. It's Loki on the Loki. Yeah! Thank you. Thank you for our gift subs, and thank you for our raiders, Hawkeye Prax. Thank you every single person who stuck with us to round out this amazingness. Thank you. I am so excited for all of this. I'm going to say this. There are connections between all of the agents. All of you have had some various antagonists or people have all, you're all intertwined. And when we have one more season left, winter is our last of the 4 seasons. And I imagine we'll probably, hopefully, get winter during the winter break. That's when I imagine we'll get winter. We shall see. And, well then, I suppose we'll just have to wait for the summer for the all 4 seasons to meet. I also have to send all of the players a present. My copy's over there, so I'll be sending them something in the mail in preparation for all of this. You can find me. Thank you. You can find me. What is today? You can find me next Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern over at Laugh Live Lindy's channel, where I'll be GMing Good Society, writing between the lines, and then you can also find me on. Yes, okay. So that's the big thing. Next Friday, I said I would not be streaming because I'm having a session 0, but I had a great idea from our mod Rissa. I will be rerunning the last episode of The Gamblers, the season finale from last episodes. If you want to go and catch up and watch the last episode, I will be running it as a rerun while I'm doing my session 0, and we'll have Rissa in chat, and I'll probably be in chat as well. So if you want to watch the last episode of the last season of The Gamblers, that will happen next Friday, so you can catch up. And I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for all of you all who are amazing and who've stuck it out with us. Thank you so much. Thank you for this journey. And I really want to thank PB Plays Inside. When I played with PB Plays Inside and PB Plays Inside made me cry on Carousel Court, I was like, I have got to do a one-on-one with PB, because anybody who's going to make me cry, I got to play with them more. That's my rule. So thank you. And we will be back with more seasons of Death. Winter break, and then we'll see you after that. I'm hoping this summer. Cross fingers. Yeah. Thank you. Very wholesome. What name does Alyssa go by now?
Loki.
Hmm.
She is just Loki.
Loki, god of chaos, trickster. Well, my friends, take care of yourselves. We will catch you on the flip side. Bye, everybody.